All right, and then guys,
I
just
will
giving you a
say
heads
that.
up. I'm going live on my end.
No worries. All right. I got you fixed up here on my end as well. I'm just gonna.
Grace, do you want that TV on behind you?
Probably not. Let me fix it.
No, I don't want to do updates right now. All right, I just gotta move some faces around, and we'll be ready to go.
Hey Ryan, I have a question.
No questions. All right, what's up?
So I know there's like this is a little bit of a sensitive topic, but I assume that if we're referring to Zionists or the state of Israel, like it's fair game in terms of seeming, like hate speech. Like if you say Zionists, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to refer to the Jews in any way, shape, or form, but
yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, just try to be your best self. I'll just say that. But honestly, yeah, I think we're already splashing in hot water here. So I mean, we don't have super high expectations that we're not going to maybe get in some trouble at some point.
Really, this is hot water? I feel like I see this all over YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean,
it just depends on what words come out.
I'm just saying, if I was to say negative things about Zionism, I don't think anyone would be like, "Whoa," I mean, because obviously that would be the argument.
I think in our current social media environment, we'll be all right.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. YouTube's just a Chad,
2018, 2019, I would have been a little bit more worried. I think now we're probably fine.
Yeah.
You guys are all cleaned up. All right, so who wants to go first in the exchange? I'm just going to fire up the stream.
Usually the affirmative goes first, like typically, right?
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah.
Okay, we are the affirmative, even though the proposition is some kind of negative.
Should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? We are yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so you want me to go first, Gracie?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right, just bear with me. I'm just going to get the stream up and running. I'm going to pour a tea. Grab 2 beers, maybe 3. All right.
Grace, if there's any way you could give me like a timer here, because
your iPad's right next to you, isn't it?
Oh, how do you do that?
Just go to the clock app.
Right. Are you guys going to use the full 6?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, I think we could solve this whole debate in 12 minutes. So, it'd be like,
would you want to cut it down to like 4 each?
To be honest, unless you go like super hard with like 10,000 points, maybe I'll use my intro to respond to some of your points. But I definitely don't plan on using a full 6. Like if I was left to my own devices,
okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, if I was left to my own devices, my intro would be like 2. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I didn't want to be disrespectful, saying like I don't, have that much to say, but I kind of feel like the meat's in the debate itself, not the intro.
Yeah. The open discussion. That's where we're going to hash it out, right?
Yeah. Like I think pretty much most people understand the basics here.
Package.
Sure.
But I'll try to do something with it. Okay.
Let me just turn off my YouTube audio. All right, let me just do the cold opening and we'll be ready to go.
All right.
All right. A1. There might be a little echo, maybe. Let me just double check. Nope. Okay, we're okay.
Sounds good here.
All right. Well, let's get fired up then. We'll pop over to the main screen. And welcome all the people. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. We're going to be having a discussion tonight on should the U.S. cut ties with Israel. So we have Team Thorp versus Counterpoints and Garrett. So thank you guys for coming out to Modern Day Debate. And without further ado, we're going to hand it on over to Ben to get us started up here. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Coming through okay?
Excellent.
All right. Thank you to my fellow debaters, Garrett and Connor, and my daughter here is debating with me. We are debating the affirmative of the proposition the U.S. should cut ties to the state of Israel. And what I find fascinating about this, I love to take the contrarian position to be given a weak hand, but I don't think I could possibly be given a stronger hand than the affirmative of this proposition. I absolutely am fascinated by what our interlocutors could possibly put together as any reasons for this relationship to continue. I would use the analogy of our relationship with the state of Israel. It's like having a psychotic girlfriend who demands everything from you, puts you in incredibly dangerous situations, and doesn't even have sex with you. There's no upside. It's all downside. Now, one reason that you could say, like, how could we have gotten into something like this? Well, I could think people know, like, you get into crazy relationships. But here, historically, the U.S., it's very clear how the U.S. got into this relationship. And it wasn't because there were U.S. interests. It happened because of actors inside the U.S. who pushed 3 of our main kind of like institutions in the direction of supporting Israel. In no particular order, but probably most importantly, I think that everyone at this point knows that the Israel lobby in the U.S. basically controls politicians through not controls, but exerts tremendous control over politicians by funding opposition of anyone who kind of doesn't toe the line on Israel, and shaming them by having them be called anti-Semitic if they in any way veer from. That's why we have a uniparty in this particular issue. Secondly, there has been an enormous influence in the media through both movies and through like news propaganda, where the Israeli side of things gets not in every case, and there are exceptions, but like overwhelming kind of coverage, it's not balanced at all. Though on the internet now we're seeing like some pushback against that. And thirdly, and perhaps less well known, but I'm a student of theology. The biggest actual number side that believes in this relationship are evangelical Christians who, through a campaign, largely financially driven, but also driven through theology schools and something called the Schofield Bible, have been persuaded in huge numbers to adopt what's called Christian Zionism as a belief system, which has no foundation theologically, historically, and is pretty much an ex nihilo creation of Zionists so that they can say that there are a lot of Americans and American voters on their side. So yes, there's a lot of influence. Yes, there's a lot pushing us in this direction, but none of it has anything to do with what traditionally U.S. relationships are supposed to be based on. And it's a lot like, again, a psychotic, violent girlfriend that you can't seem to break up with because you've become so involved with her. But this is the type of relationship where your friends go, dude, what are you doing? You don't get anything out of this. You must have a fetish for humiliation and being domed and being put in violent situations in which you always lose and will always lose. I think that's well known. There's no upside here. And I'm just fascinated to see if these folks could possibly conjure up any reason whatsoever why we should continue in this relationship. That's it.
All right, gotcha. All right, we're going to head it over to Grace for their introduction. So thank you so much, Ben, for that there. I want to remind everybody here at Modern Day Debate that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome. I do see you guys are hanging out in the live chat. Take a moment to smack that like button around. We do appreciate it when you do that. We're live right now, so that definitely helps boost us up in the algorithm, and let's see what we can do. So I'm going to reset my timer here, hand the floor over to Grace. So Grace, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm just here on behalf of my fellow Gen Zers and younger Americans. 60% of us are anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, and that number is growing every day. I think if you really do care about Americans, even American Jews, the rise of Candace Owens and Nicholas Fuentes definitely shows that my generation is not on board with Hasbara. And in order to prevent things from getting any crazier, I would suggest that we listen to the young people, listen to our future voters, and pull out before things get too hairy. In the words of Rihanna, I'd like to sing this to the state of Israel on behalf of America. Put on quite a show, really had me going, but now it's time to go. Curtains finally closing, that was quite a show. Very entertaining, yeah, but it's over now. But it's over now. Israel, take a bow. Thank you.
That was unexpected, but yeah, we'll cue the applause. There you go. Thank you so much, Grace, for your introductory statement.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I was gonna say, I think we've talked about it before. I'm definitely allowed. Yeah, I said somebody in the live chat. Ryan should do backup. I was gonna say I'm allowed singing myself. I usually just.
I should have told you beforehand.
Surprise everybody. No, I was gonna say, spend all summer long. That's why I wasn't on Modern Day Debate as much. We were just touring around and making music.
Ryan, you should have jumped in.
Oh yeah. I should. The delay
with
would have just made it so great. Anyway, let's hand it on over before we get too distracted here. It was different from Modern Day Debate. Definitely a new one for me. So, who would like to go first on the other side? I don't think we actually established that before we started.
Either way, I'm gonna need to grab some headphones when we're done with the opener. So, Garrett, do you want to go first, or do you want me to hit it?
All right.
Yeah, I can go first.
All right, you get your headphones, and we'll let Garrett start out. So 6 minutes on the floor. Yeah, ready when you are.
Can you hear me okay? Just checking.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm really confused by this topic because the benefits of, like Ben said, that there's no benefits, and I would definitely disagree, and I'm sure Connor will too. There's intelligence benefits from multiple operations over the years. There's a lot of technology sharing, military sharing, intelligence sharing. There's shared values. Like, there's so many intertwining between Israel and the United States. It seems kind of foolish and silly to just cut ties with one of our few allies in the Middle East, and that seems like a great way to like push Israel into an allyship with some other major world power. Connor and I were talking about this earlier, like they could be pushed into the arms of China, of Russia, and I think that would be excessively foolish. I think it would be much more beneficial to strengthen relationship while also criticizing them for the mistakes that they make, just like, you know, American citizens criticize the United States for the mistakes we make. Like, I think that's a two-way street that should absolutely be used. But to just cut ties completely, I think that's absurd. And I would also like to know who would replace Israel in terms of an ally in the Middle East. Who else would we partner with? So that's the extent of my opening. Connor can go ahead.
All right, you have quite a bit of time left there. So, yeah, 6 minutes on the floor, but if you go a little bit over, that's okay, just because there's a little, I don't know, you're kind of wrapping up a little sooner than maybe we expected. So I'll put 6 minutes on the floor, and you can hammer down as soon as you
Well, I'll try to cover 3,500 years of history in less than 6 minutes, okay?
I don't have any audio from you right yet.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah,
What about now?
Step out for a second there, Grace. It's all good.
Much better.
Yep, we can hear you now. So yeah, we're going to hand over the introduction to, the 6 minute intro for Counterpoints point here, and then we're going to go into our open discussion and remind you all about the super chat. So we'll do that then. Over to you, Counterpoints, and we'll get you off mute there.
Okay, then I'll try. Everybody was so brief. I'll try to cover 3,200 years of history very briefly. Okay. So the regional history of Israel actually stretches back pretty far. I know that a lot of people like to separate modern Israel from ancient Israel, but I don't think you can, considering you have a historical continuation through the Torah and through the Bible. They suffered God chose the chosen people, and he put them at the crossroads of humanity. They went through the Persian conquest, the Babylonian exile, the Hellenic invasion, the Roman invasion, the Muslim invasion, the Crusades. And so effectively they got screwed over again and again and again. And then that ultimately resulted in the diaspora, where the Jewish population of Israel spread out across the world. So if you look at it, they largely survived as a second-class citizen in every other major civilization through the 19th century, at which point there was a secular and pseudo-religious movement in order to reclaim the Holy Land on behalf of the Jews. So when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, even before the Ottoman Empire collapsed, there was a movement of Jewish folks back to Israel with the British Mandate that accelerated, and then that was blocked off due to tensions between Muslims and Jews in the region. The formation in 48 was actually not America instantaneously jumping onto the bandwagon and being like, woo, Israel. There was actually a decade or two where we avoided Israel like the plague because we didn't want to get involved in their BS. But what ended up happening was they proved that they weren't a fluke. They proved that they weren't going anywhere. And so we warmed relations with them in the 1960s, especially after once they started drifting away from the socialism that they had been founded on. Once they decided to be a mixed economy capitalist, relatively open society, we opened up our relationships with them. And Nixon is quoted as saying that there were two pillars of American security in the Middle East and North Africa. That was Iran and Saudi Arabia. I would argue that the two modern pillars, because Iran has become hostile since the revolution, is Israel and Saudi Arabia. And to point to what Garrett said earlier, in the Middle East and North Africa, we really do have two major, intel sharing groups. A lot of them are the Gulf states, but they don't want to share what they don't want to share because some people within their governments are actually allied with our opposition. Whereas Israel views the enemy of their enemy, we are the enemies of their enemies, therefore we are their friends. So not only do we share intel, we also share the military-industrial complex connections. We can get into the details in reference to that. They have a pretty aggressive entrepreneurial spirit. They have a pretty aggressive Western-style open society with 20% of their population being Arab Muslim. They are a nuclear power, meaning that they have nuclear weapons. So we are not interested in the Middle East and North Africa taking over a nuclear power if Israel was ever invaded. And then also, we could go over their entanglements with Iran. But effectively, their entanglements with Iran have benefited us in the past decade or two. Their intel sharing and not only them taking out the nuclear facilities in 2010 via computer hacking, some of that is some of the most brilliant intel assassination operations on the planet. You're saying that they're our psychotic girlfriend. I mean, I kind of agree with you, but I think your psycho girlfriend, when she can hold her own, you back your psycho girlfriend. We can get into the Judeo-Christian mythology that was created in the 20th century and get into whether or not that's valid. And then also Gen Z, 60% of them are pro-Palestinian. I don't care. Arguments ad populum, where people are popular or arguments are popular, I don't give a shit. That has nothing to do with correctness. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself.
All right. Well, we are going to go into an open discussion. Thank you so much, Counterpoints and Garrett, for your introductory statements. Before we get into the open discussion, I do want to remind everybody hanging out in the live audience, once again, if you smash that like button where we're live, you'll help boost us up in the algorithm and more people will get to see the debate. It's going to be a lot of fun. So please do that. And also, we are going to take super chats at the end of the discussion. So if you're hanging out in our modern day debate live, Lord, let's hand it back over to the Thorps to respond to some of what they just heard there. And feel free to jump in, Garrett and Counterpoints, when you're ready.
Dad, you're muted. Yeah, you muted yourself. Oh, Ryan, is he muted? Counterpoints. I wanted to say, you said, oh, you agree that it's your psycho girlfriend, but she can handle herself, so just back her up. But without America's backing, Israel would fall apart in 2 seconds. Like, we prop them up. Backing someone up is different than propping someone up. Don't you think that's true?
I don't think that's true. I think if that was true, they would have lost in 48, 56, 67, 73. So no, I disagree.
And not only that, they wouldn't fall apart. If we abandon Israel, they'll just go to somebody else. Like
that's not true. Nobody else backs them. Like, they all think what they're doing is disgusting.
Yeah, but what we give them on an annual basis is like what, 3.8 billion dollars in effectively like military industrial complex
$15 billion. $15 billion.
I don't even think that's true. I'm pretty sure it's 4.
It's 3.8 per year.
Yeah, so
currently.
Per year,
plus an added 13 billion.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about since 2023, I wouldn't consider that like an annual thing. But at the same time, if it was 15 billion, if it was 3.8 billion per year, at the same time, like their economy is substantively larger than that. Like I think it's stretching towards the $200 billion mark. I could go ahead and take a look at their income taxes and take a look at their GDP, but effectively, this is like it's a percentage. They would be able to find the money.
So your point is they're doing great. Okay, great. So they don't need a spy. Why would you make that point?
But we also need them for the intelligence gathering.
Okay,
in the
can
Middle
we
East.
pick up the intelligence? Okay, it is well known in the CIA, in the intelligence community, that the Israelis are the worst partners we could ever have. They have absolutely no regard for the rules within the intelligence community. They're banned literally from the CIA building. They operate without any restraint, and they spy on us, which we don't do to them. They are not an intelligence asset. They spy. They use their intelligence officers openly to spy on us. They try to bug everything. Donald Trump recently, like the Secret Service, allegedly, like it was bugged after Bibi's arrival, and they openly did this to their past greatest ally, which was Great Britain, who was the last great power which backed them. They screwed Great Britain over royally. They terrorized Great Britain. They hung their soldiers from trees to show who really was the boss there. What I find amazing is I was like, okay, they're going to come up with something. Every single one of your points is exactly opposite of what is true.
No, it's not. And on top of that, like we got caught.
Give me another one.
Well, I'll just respond to exactly what you said. You said, oh, well, they're spying on us. They use their intel and diplomatic staff in order to spy on their allies, including us. We got caught doing the exact same shit in 2010. We spy on all the European nations. We got caught sneaking bugs into all of the major European governorship. So this is like pretending like, the CIA has its hands clean, but Mossad is actually, the real dirty one. That's just fucking cope. That's naivete.
Okay. How do you think Israel got a hold of nuclear technology? Didn't they steal it from the US, obviously?
Well, I would say that from the 40s to the 60s, effectively, they were on their own. And they did take a lot of intellectual property from the military industrial complex, from commercial areas, because nobody would give them anything. And so,
do you know who wanted to put a stop to to them getting our nuclear secrets?
Is it JFK?
JFK. That's right.
Yeah. Do you think that's why he got shot?
Maybe.
Okay. Listen, that's like what's so funny about like the JFK documents coming out for the 50th time in a row is that the JFK documents effectively show that there were 12 different groups who all had motivation in order to shoot him in the face, and it ended up being Lee Harvey Oswald. So that's okay. So hold on. Let's nail down on a detail. Let's not even jump around. So hold on.
Wait,
so Lee Harvey Oswald.
Wait a minute. Let me respond to that.
Yeah.
You champion.
Are we really turning this into a JFK debate?
No.
Well,
you championed how great it is that Israel, and they openly do this, assassinate leaders all the time. You love it. You think it's fantastic. You think pager attacks, utilizing a new form, introducing to the world a new form of terrorism, which is what that is fantastic. Introducing it into the supply chain, right? The industrial supply chain.
You're echoing through
C4
Grace's mic.
explosives.
You might
Yeah.
want to
Oh, my
close that
bad.
door,
I'll mute
Grace.
my mic. Sorry. No, his door's closed.
So
Oh,
you don't think
okay.
they assassinate people?
No, I would like it if
theory?
you I would like it if you use words that like made sense. So for instance, you're talking about the Patriot attack and you're saying that it's terrorism. As
Yes.
far as I know, they actually infiltrated the logistics network and for the beepers and the pagers that Hezbollah was using. It's one of the most accurately targeted anti-terrorist operations in history. And when you're talking about terrorism, what terrorism is intentionally targeting civilians in order to achieve political aims. So no,
Right.
I don't accept that Hezbollah is, the normal kid walking down the road holding some roses. That's bullshit.
Okay, so that's not a form of terror. What about assassinations? Do they openly do assassinations?
We openly do assassinations against our enemies. So what
Right,
moral
and who
standard
most
are
of
you
those
holding
enemies?
Israel to?
What's the last assassination we did?
I mean, we had Operation Phoenix, which was effectively a mass assassination program throughout the 1970s. We did that. We did that in the 80s
Okay,
in
well,
reference to the
didn't
drug
Trump
war.
say he
We're
took
doing
out-
that right now in South America. What the fuck are you talking about?
Here's what the fuck I'm talking about. We assassinate leaders on behalf of the Israelis. Okay, I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think assassinations make much sense. Are you saying that you think assassinations are a good idea?
I think it depends on the enemy.
Okay.
You have to add some context to what you're talking about, though. Like what your
Assassinations
complaint
are a
is.
war
Hold on a
crime.
second, Ben. Let's give.
Yeah,
Garrett some
I'm an
space.
American, so I actually don't care about killing communists or killing jihadists. That's actually like
Do you
cool.
care about international law?
Not really.
The United
Okay.
States,
right,
I
let's look
the
at
United
it.
States was
Perfect,
not,
perfect.
Hold on. I'm just gonna
Okay,
be unfair for a second. Let's let Garrett in there, guys, with a point.
I thought the United States was not held to international law.
Come back.
Are you talking?
I thought there was more.
I'm not sure.
We're
You
not
don't think
we're not
international
signatories
law
to we're not
applies
signatories to a whole
to-
bunch of international law specifically because we don't want our people to be held accountable to standards that we might not want to follow.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So do you think that there are any international laws that apply to the United States? So the United Nations is in New York. We signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, right? The only country that hasn't is, guess who? Israel, our greatest ally.
You're all
right?
you're
And-
all over the place. Can you pick one and stick with it? Because the reason
Okay,
why they want nukes is to make
assassination-
sure that they don't get invaded, which they've been invaded in 48, 56, 67, 73. If you were
Those are
invaded
lies.
every decade, wouldn't you want nukes? Isn't
Yes.
that rational
Those are
self-interest?
all lies. Those were all preemptive wars. Those were not invasions.
Oh, okay. So if I put a bunch of tanks, soldiers, and aircraft, and I start jet fueling, and you catch a bunch of radio traffic saying, "Oh, hey, we're going to hit them next week," you have to wait for me to cross your border before you do something about it?
Yeah, before you call it an invasion, yes, Connor, it's called English. You should learn how to use it.
No,
That's
this
just
is
absurd.
insane, Cope.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I understand what an invasion is, but you guys don't understand it. Now, assassinations are
Well, no,
war
that
crimes
would
because-
still count as an invasion if you're talking about picking up radio transmissions as a result of your intelligence gathering activities. It's an impending invasion. I would still say that counts. How does that not count?
I think you're crazy then. Okay, so a preemptive war is a war of defense. That's not true. Every country which has invaded another country does what you're saying. Putin
Okay, so
didn't
what
do
you're
the
saying
exact
is
thing.
so France during World War II, when Germany was building up in order to do what they were doing, they actually they had no right to do anything until the Germans crossed into their border.
The Germans justified their invasion of France by saying that the Versailles Treaty gave them a raw deal and took away land from them, right? And so invaded them, and they took their. Every aggressor throughout history has always said that it's a defensive war because it's embarrassing to invade another country other than
Wait. So
invade
hold
an
on.
empire.
By this logic, Israel is the aggressor. Okay, and they, to your credit, they took the Sinai. Why'd they give the Sinai back?
They gave the Sinai back. Why did they give the Sinai back? Because they were pressured to do so.
Okay, but they
Why don't
won
they
it.
wipe all the Palestinians out?
They won it fair and
It's
square. They
pressure
could
for them not
probably
to
hold
do
it
that.
against Egypt. Why did they give it back?
They did it because they were pressured to do so by.
Okay, Ben, what I'm getting at is the fact that if Israel wanted to be offensive, they have a centuries-long history of kicking the dick in of Arab armies. But typically what ends up happening is Arab armies swarm their fucking border like they did in 48, 56, 67, and 73. They get their shit kicked in. Israel expands for a little bit, and then it up until the the clean break memo, which was like the 90s and the thousands. Up until then, their position had been they're going to give up territory for peace. That had been their consistent position for the better part of a century.
Right. It's called right. So if you're saying, well, if Israel attacked other countries, they would be the emperors of the world. Right. Okay. Yes, there are reasons why invaders hold back, right?
By the way, Connor, Israel, you said they have a history of kicking the dicks in of Arab armies. They were humiliated by a couple of Hamas militiamen on October 7th, utterly humiliated and had a temper tantrum up until and including right now, and killed 60,000 innocent people for that.
And estimated 20,000 of those people are militants. So once again, you're just wrong. And not only that, if you're making the statement of, oh, Israel
my point is they got humiliated. My point
incompetent.
is they got humiliated.
Israel is so
they need us.
militarily
That's my
incompetent.
point. They got humiliated.
I'll wait, but then I'm just going to say what I was going to say anyways.
My point is they got humiliated by a couple of militia guys. That's why they need America, because they actually don't kick the dick in of Arabs.
Wait, hold on. But by your own logic, Hamas militants invaded Israel for one day. They killed 900 civilians. They killed 300 IDF members. And then immediately after that, for the past 3 years, Hamas has not had a single military victory since. They've lost 20,000 fighters. Even logically, by your own statements, don't you think 20,000 is a larger number than 300?
Who gave you that number?
Reporting is that the estimated from the Gaza Ministry of Health is that 69,000 people are currently dead, and estimated 200,000 people are currently estimated to be killed by indirect circumstances like dehydration, death, starvation, whatever. Okay.
Right.
Now, out of that 60,000,
which is kicking the dick in, right?
Which
is like rah, rah,
hold
rah.
on. You asked me a question. I want to answer the question. I want to answer the question you asked.
And the targeted.
So I want to answer the question you asked. I want to answer the question you asked me.
You must have such low self-esteem.
I want to answer the question you asked me.
Ultra-violent, psychopathic, genocidal killing. But I guess there are people as sad as you in this world.
Okay, so answering the question that you asked.
How dare you?
Answering the question that you asked. The question that you asked is, how do we know? It's because the IDF estimates for the amount of fighters that they believe they've killed is 14,000. And then some people have put it higher because those are the ones that they've identified. So that's people that they have photographs of, names of, networks of. That's not even the ones that just picked up an AK and got smoked.
You are such a ridiculous person. You are pro-Israeli because you're a loser who thinks it's cool that psychopathic, violent terrorists kill children and women. What wouldn't you be in favor of? You must have thought that like the way that the Native Americans were treated was baller. And what about the blacks in Africa? They got their dicks kicked in by the whites. What is wrong with you?
At no point was he talking. At no point was Connor glorifying the deaths of women and children.
He was specifically
No, he was specifically talking about militants that were killed.
He said Arabs.
Okay, and by the way, Ben, here's the unfortunate part of this conversation. I already know, I can already tell, I know shitloads more history than you. In West Africa, just as an example, Europeans never invaded West Africa. They relied on kingdoms like Benin in order to kill and capture the people in West Africa.
I'm aware
so
of
all
that,
you're doing is you're moral frogging because you don't know what you're talking about.
Moral frogging. Okay, nice going. Okay, so you're championing a group of people being ultra violent towards other people. What is positive about that in your mind?
No, we are not championing that.
Well, Garrett,
what we are championing
even by his own logic,
that's shameful. With Israel.
It's shameful
Ben,
that any group of people does that.
Ben, this is how dumb this line of argumentation is. You're cheering on ultra violent people. I'm sorry. What was October 7th? A fucking walk in the park? Or was that a bunch of militiamen walking into a rock concert, finding a bunch of civilians, shooting them in the back of the fucking head, and all the circumstantial evidence of fucking sexual assault. They have women tied up to trees. They got women shot in the back of the head. They got their pants around their ankles. They got fire on their genitals. So sorry, hold on. You're morally indicting me because I'm allegedly glorifying violence, and yet you won't acknowledge real evidence. Like, go ahead and tell me what you think about that. What do you think Hamas did on October 7, 2023? Please enlighten me what you think they did.
We don't know what happened on October 7th of 2023 because do you know who would have the ability to research that and figure out what happened? The UN, right? Or any number of agencies.
Yeah, dude, you just got talking points. You haven't read any of this.
The Israelis buried everybody and the cars and all of the evidence and have never allowed an independent investigation to take place. So we have no idea what happened.
No, you just never read the report. The UN report talked to the morgue staff. They talked to first responders. They talked to soldiers. They talked to cops. They talked to fucking everybody. They reviewed video evidence. They reviewed photo evidence. Matter of fact, if you wanted to, Ben, there's an entire fucking video series that Israel posted online where they showed Hamas's own homemade footage. And you know what it shows? It shows the mass slaughter of civilians, men, women, and children. You fucking nerd.
Not. It doesn't. I've seen that footage. It doesn't. It shows a guy hitting an ambulance tire. It shows a guy shooting at someone who's shooting at him while there's a woman who ducks down who he leaves alone. It shows people taking out. They're obviously their motive there.
You're lying. You're either lying or you're stupid. Right. I've watched people be decapitated. What the fuck are you talking about?
Just like the IDF guys do. Go ahead. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're lying or you're stupid, and I don't know which one because I've seen the footage as well.
Great argument. Okay, so I would love it if we could not do the IDF
started with your stupid stuff, just to remind you.
Get it.
I mean, that was it. You're the one who started the ad hominems. Go for it.
Go ahead. You guys are doing it. IDF, take the floor. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let's be fair and also let Grace and Garrett in on the conversation as well there, guys. I know it's getting a little juicy over there, but you've been sitting back and kind of just absorbing a little bit there. So let's hand it over to you, Grace, and get your opinion in on here. All right.
Well, is it not somewhat counterproductive to your own argument to say Israel's doing a great job on their own? Why do they need our help? Let them do it. Let them commit the genocide or kick the dicks in of Arabs, if that's how you want to say if that's how you want to characterize it. If Americans don't want to help them, Americans think it's disgusting, especially my generation who is going to be coming into power. Let's just let them do all the awesome stuff they're already doing. They'll fail. That's what they want us because they'll fail. You making an argument that the Israelis are awesome and they've got it and they're capable and they're not incompetent. Okay, let them be awesome. I don't want to fund it. I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to a genocide. And neither does 60% of my generation, and nor do more and more Americans. How does it help us? You still haven't made that point.
Connor has low self-esteem, so he needs to feel like he's a big man.
You're out of turn.
Right. Hold on, Ben. You're trying to set everything on fire.
It's worth $15 billion to prop this guy's loser ego up with.
I have really fantastic self-esteem, so that's
all right. Let's not get into an old dink measuring competition here. We're gonna try to get back up here if we can. Garrett, help us out.
So the Thorps have not presented a solid foundational case for eliminating or cutting the ties to Israel. You simply haven't. There's many benefits to maintaining this relationship with Israel, from economic ties to intelligence to like any number of situations. Like I said, shared values. And the most important question is the Middle Eastern intelligence that we gain from them. Who would replace Israel?
I can answer that question. Who would replace Israel in getting $15 billion in aid? How about Americans? How about that?
I
How
didn't
about Americans
say 15.
who are struggling? How about young people?
That's an absurd answer to my question.
Hey, can I finish
I was specifically talking about the intelligence. The intelligence gathering.
Talk over me. Yep. Okay. Yep. Rabbi Shimon.
You've been talking over everyone else.
So yeah, I was gonna say just because he was just trying to make a point of clarification there, I think it was fair for Garrett to jump in. But go ahead there, Ben, and if you can continue.
Specifically, the intelligence gathering.
Can we make a rule here that one person talks at a time, or no?
As long as you follow it too.
Okay, that's great. So my point is, who could use $15 billion? Americans. I don't think that money is well spent anywhere other than America. And I don't understand why we're funding a genocide that has turned the entire rest of the international community against us, that has made us the arch enemies of the neighbors of Israel, which are powerful nations, and has alienated us dramatically from the Muslim world of 2.2 billion people. Make it make sense.
I mean,
Hold on, I have a response. Wait, I have a response to your intelligence question.
All right. Well, no, because we're going to detract. Just if you can hold it right quick,
Okay.
and then we'll come back to it. Just because we're got counterpoints coming in to respond
That's
to it.
okay. Yeah. I think you spend too much time on TikTok and not enough time reading. If your assessment of reality was true, then why wouldn't Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, why wouldn't they have all publicly taken the side of Palestine? And the answer is that this conflict over the past 2 years is actually fairly unique within the past 100 years, in that these partners have largely stayed silent. One of the most interesting moments of the past 2 or 3 years was a Saudi Arabian newscaster, female newscaster, not in a burqa, not in a hijab, challenging the leader of Hamas over why he was openly saying that they needed to martyr their own civilians in order to destroy Israel. That was a phenomenally interesting moment. Now, I'm not naive. I believe that this peace is largely bought by American security guarantees, but I would rather have a pretty stable Middle East and North Africa, especially if the 20-point plan that Trump has already fallen through on, if the 22-point plan was actually executed, I think this would be a brilliant moment in the Middle East and North Africa. But just one more thing though. You guys are basically just like blasting like TikTok talking points at me. 60,000 out of 2.2 million over the course of like 2 years is not a genocide. I'm just going to put it right there for you. So I think just histrionics.
I hope you feel the same way when
histrionics are not competent arguments.
All right.
Okay. So, all right. So you're saying that 60,000 majority women and children, not a problem for you, even though there's been no civilian casualties anywhere near that in the 21st century.
I don't think you're familiar with the history of warfare.
No, shut the fuck up.
Right,
I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you. Connor, okay. I know you got low self-esteem.
Don't get distracted. Let's just carry on if you can.
Stop with the meta.
Me stop with the meta? This guy's saying I've never been on TikTok, moron. I have a master's degree. I've read books. I know what they are. What are you talking about?
In a minute, then.
Guy. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Okay, so can we talk about substantive points?
I had a response to Garrett. He said that what would we like? We the intelligence is super good, right?
The intelligence gathering activities that Israel performs for the United States.
Okay,
who would replace them?
Wasn't it Bibi? Well, hang on. I just have a question about the standard of intelligence. Well, didn't Bibi Netanyahu get us into Iraq by saying Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, which was a complete and utter lie, which led to 4,400 Americans dying and $2 trillion spent in a war that he started under false premises because of Israeli intelligence? I'll pass, Garrett. I'll pass on the Israeli intelligence on Middle Eastern nations.
Garrett, can I address this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is again where I feel like you guys are just like internet talking points. All right.
Oh my god.
During we had the twin pillars during the 1970s, which was our security, our attempts at security within the Middle East and North Africa. The two countries that we relied on were Saudi Arabia and Iran. But what happened in '79 was Iran was the Shah that we had appointed, effectively dictator or king of Iran, was deposed, and Iran became hostile to us. Well, Saddam Hussein, being a dick, invaded Iran, trying to seize their western oil fields. What ended up happening was Iran counterattacked, and they ended up doing quite well. They were kicking the shit in of Iraq. So what was scary was that 1/3 of the world's proven oil reserves are in Iran, 1/3 are in Saudi Arabia. And so what we did is we sold weapons of mass destruction to Iraq during the 1980s. We sold them botulism, we sold them anthrax, we sold them precursors for VX. We sold them the weapons of mass destruction that they used. But what ended up happening in the 1980s is rather than using it against Iran, they started using it against our allies. So they actually attacked Israel. They attacked Saudi Arabia. They didn't just attack Iran. They also gassed their own ethnic minorities and religious majority, but they gassed the Shia Muslims of Iraq. They gassed the Kurds of Iraq. And so as a result, we said, Saddam Hussein, you're a fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. We're not giving you any more shit. And that was basically the precursor to the Gulf War in 92, where we kicked his ass out of Kuwait because he invaded Kuwait. So the whole point is that, like, you're saying, like, oh, the Jews lied to us or Israel lied to us about weapons of mass destruction.
I said Israel.
It's more...
I didn't say the Jews.
No,
of
course
you
did. Anti-Semitism.
Everything I said,
You're interrupting.
I never said the Jews.
Everything I said, though, that's your takeaway. Kind of feels like a lame takeaway to have after everything I said, but okay.
For real.
But anyways, we knew that they had weapons of mass destruction because we sold them weapons of mass destruction.
All right, let's hand it over. There's definitely lots lots to react to there, obviously. So I'll give it to you, Grace. You get the first word there.
I mean, are you claiming that Bibi Netanyahu's claim that Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, that was not a false claim? It was false. You didn't respond to my point.
It wasn't false.
Instead of you reading off history that's not relevant to the point I'm making, just to gish gallop and just argue into oblivion, just tell us something random, I'd like Garrett to respond to my point, because he made the point about Israeli intelligence being so awesome and worth $14 billion of our dollars last year. I'd like him to respond to my point about what Bibi said about Saddam Hussein.
Okay, I'm just going to say that my point was exactly pertinent to what you were arguing.
That's exactly
Garrett,
what I
go
thought.
ahead.
I don't need to respond. Connor asked to take it from me, and I agreed.
Even hold on. So no. I'll
So
respond more directly without history. I'll respond more directly without history. So the intel that he had a new WND program, I'll agree, was largely based off of bullshit. It was based off of a single source. Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, and George Bush were looking for an excuse in order to get into Iraq. But what I would say, as far as the intel goes, in reference to Iraq having a weapons of mass destruction program in general, no, that's not bullshit. And also, knocking out Iraq is in America's geopolitical interest.
But wasn't his claim what got us into the war that cost us $14 trillion and 4,400 dead U.S. soldiers?
No, he was one of like 10,000 people who were saber rattling.
And Israel doesn't have special power over the U.S. military invasions. Okay, sure. The lie.
Israel does not have special power over
so
U.S.
Bibi
military
Netanyahu
interventions.
says, "Hey, you should attack these guys." That doesn't mean anything now, even though he's
no, it does. But he's one of 10,000 people.
Hold on 1 second there, Grace. Just we can't really can't gather anything the Counterpoints is trying to respond to there. So let's just give him a chance to frame his thoughts.
Bibi Netanyahu is one stakeholder. We also talk to the Saudis. We also talk to the Qataris. We also talk to the Omanis. We also talked to the Egyptians. We talked to fucking everybody in the region. So pretending that like Bibi Netanyahu just like snaps his fingers and then America hops too, it's bullshit. It's not.
That's
even
what he says.
reality.
He says America's in his pocket.
He openly brags that he controls Donald Trump.
Yeah. So.
Well, Donald Trump is easily manipulatable, so I don't really hold that as like a high standard.
You added an extra syllable to that word. Maybe you should read more books and do less TikTok.
Look, we can move on from that point, but I just don't think you guys really responded. You can just agree that the intelligence is not really a winning point. Let's move on to another point. Why should we continue funding them? Go ahead.
No, because I'm not going to concede your point. Because as an example, we took out, or the Israelis took out Iran's nuclear enrichment program in 2011. Which was like a masterstroke of intelligence gathering and sabotage. So no, I don't agree with you that, just because this one thing that I don't even agree with you on the context is, no, I don't agree with you at all.
Okay, can I ask a broader question?
Hold on.
Your guy just talked.
You still haven't, the question I asked still has not been answered.
Again. Okay.
Who would replace Israel for intelligence gathering?
The American
regardless of
people.
how good.
So let me
We're just going to put Americans in the Middle East to be
Yeah,
spies.
All
and
right, it's
spy
fair
on
to
other
let Ben
countries.
respond at this
American
point. So just
government
1
should
second to
serve
Garrett.
Americans. Here's a broader
Okay.
question, guys. What are the interests of the United States of America in the Middle East? And what justifies all of the pain and suffering that we've experienced at the hands of Muslim terrorists, 9/11, all this stuff, all of the expenditures, all of the wars? What are our interests? If you say energy, that's not true. Europeans have interests. The Russians have interests. India has interests. We do not really have energy interests in the Middle East. We're energy self-sufficient. But you could say trade and things like that. All of this is destroyed by our relationship with Israel, or mitigated. So we have to, as Connor correctly, thankfully said, we have to pay them off billions of dollars to not listen to their own populations, which want the Palestinian problem solved justly. So
Okay, I'll answer
that we're doing in the Middle East.
I can answer this. So you're just wrong again. 2/3 of the world energy supply is in the Middle East and North Africa. We did not become energy self-sufficient until the past decade, when fracking opened up a shitload of new energy availability within the United States. So we were only energy available within the past fucking decade. So ignoring that context is fucking crazy. Not just that, the stability of our oil reserves and our oil exports is reliant on the global market. Not just that, since World War II, the United States, through unilateral, bilateral, multilateral trade negotiations and security agreements, we are responsible for $70 trillion of the world's annual $100 trillion economic output. So yeah, we're the world police, but the world police comes with privileges. It comes with cheap international goods, and it also comes with responsibilities. And those responsibilities are making sure that we avoid World War III. That's the real answer to the question you just asked.
Okay, so you believe that the United States is the emperor of the world, and you like that, and do you think that's compatible with the principles upon which this nation was founded?
Yeah, we fought Barbary pirates within 30 years of our founding. We expanded westward the entire first century. We fought banana wars in the early 20th century. World War I and World War II, isolationists such as yourself made arguments that we had no business being in Europe. Well, you know what ended up happening? We got sucked into European conflicts anyways. So preventing World War III is infinitely cheaper than waiting for World War III to kick off. Yeah, that's absolutely
preventing World War III? Israel is causing World War III.
Do you think that us being involved in World War I,
you think bombing a single
II,
nuclear site is World War III?
Just 1 second. We'll let Ben finish his point, and we'll let
Do you think the United States being involved in World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, and Iraq, Afghanistan, all the rest, name one of those things that was to the benefit of America?
I would argue that World War II was 100% to the benefit of America, because Europe has remained for the past century one of our largest cultural and economic trading partners. And if they fell to communism, that would have been like a massive blow to the free world. I would argue that Korea is a massive trading partner and also has high. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer.
Can I just?
I don't want. No, I want to go on my rant because I want to prove how wrong you are.
IDF gets
so with Korea, tens of millions of people are free now, and they're productive, and they're economically productive, and we benefit from that relationship. Weirdly enough, we lost Vietnam, but because the Vietnamese hate China more than they hate us, we now have a positive relationship. And then I would argue that all of our little military adventurism through the 80s and 90s, fighting jihadism and fighting communism, were absolutely fucking based and beneficial to the United States of America.
Okay. Are you aware? You just said that our involvement in World War II prevented communism. Are you out of your mind? You have no idea what World War II was about?
I said if I said that, then I spoke incorrectly. What I'm talking about, since 1950, since approximately 1950, we decided to have an anti-communist interventionist world policy. It was called the Cold War. Just in case you forgot.
American soldiers died in World War II to prevent communism from taking over Europe.
Okay, if I misspoke, hold on, Ben, stop spurging. If I said that, I misspoke. Now listen to what I'm saying. Since World War II, the United States and the free world has taken an aggressive posture against communism. It was the Cold War, and arguably Korea, Vietnam, and a whole host of other conflicts were involved in that conflict. And the fall of communism through military adventurism, trade, and diplomacy was a good thing. So if I misspoke, my apologies.
Okay,
deal with what I said instead of my miss.
Hey, maybe if you fuck something up, you could say like, I fucked up instead of going like, hey, right? Okay,
That's what a misspeak is, Ben.
You made a basic mistake about world history.
Humility,
Okay,
Connor. Humility.
no,
Something
okay.
you and the Israelis could use a dose of.
Wait a second.
Contend with what I said.
You think the Vietnam War was a good investment of 50? I would like my 50,000, mostly brothers, American brothers, to have not have gone there and have stayed here in
Let's
America.
bring it full circle back.
You're in
Let's
favor
back
of
to
the
the topic.
Vietnam War?
Hell yeah.
And the Iraq War?
Yeah.
Are you in favor of the invasion of Iraq, which killed 1 million Iraqis?
Yeah, okay,
For no
number one,
reason,
go to the
and
Iraq
just
body
went to a
count
worse
project. It's not a
government
million
than there
Iraqis.
before.
Number
I have
two,
nothing to
go
say to
talk to Iraqis now and ask them how they feel about it. Do you prefer living in this world right now, or do you prefer living under Saddam? And I guarantee you it's going to pull in the high 80s, high 90s. They prefer the current world compared to when they were under Saddam.
Ben, you're pulling us all the way out to here. I'm so sorry. We have to bring it back to the topic. Looks like Dr. James is hanging out in the chat, so tag him Modern Day Debate and say hello. We do have quite a few super chats that are popping in here. It's been a wild panel, guys. Lots of passion on screen. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely. Once again, hit the like button. We're going to hand it over to Grace. Let's try to get back on subject.
I'm not sure if Connor actually cares about America or what Americans think. This whole debate is about whether America should cut off aid to Israel. As I already said, over 50% of Americans, generally speaking, are anti-Israel. 60% of my generation is anti-Israel. And the two wars that he just said were a great idea, the Iraq War and the Vietnam War, 61% of Americans think the Iraq War was a mistake, and 66% of Americans think the Vietnam War was a mistake. So I'm not sure Connor is really here to debate whether this is good for America or Americans or cares what Americans have to say. I think this is just about him and his ego and saying that we're going to fuck up the Arabs because fuck Muslims.
Okay. So I would argue that the Vietnam War was justified based off of it being a defensive police action for a mixed economy, capitalist, democratic government in Southeast Asia trying to resist communism. I think that's a moral fight. I also think that defeating communism multiple times in the field, but also defeating it commercially through the 80s was probably a moral imperative of the free world. So no, I'm actually proud that my uncles, because I do have uncles and a father who are Vietnam generation, I'm happy and proud that they were fighting communists all over the world. Okay. Now, when it comes to the Iraq War, I actually think the world probably would have been a better place if we had only invaded Afghanistan after the 9/11 terror attacks. However, I think that if you talk to modern Iraqis about the modern state of Iraq being liberated from Saddam Hussein, they're going to say, yeah, the 90s were fucked up. The sanctions were fucked up. They're going to say Saddam Hussein was a fucking monster. And they're going to say that the modern state of Iraq is better off than it was under Saddam or under ISIS, who are more jihadist assholes that we fucking wiped off the map. So yeah, I'm not going to apologize for fighting communists. I'm not going to apologize for fighting jihadists. And if you want to turn your tail, you want to tuck your tail and run away from the world, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Just to tag along with that, I was looking up Iraqi body counts during the Iraq War, and it looks like it was actually between 186,000 and 210,000.
Let's try not to go back there since we are getting back into
just wanted to correct the record is all.
No worries.
Well, I think the argument too there,
civilian, it's including civilian.
The argument too there, though, the parallel argument is that like Israel unilaterally got us into Iraq, which is bullshit. We had our own interests there.
What were they?
Energy.
Okay, so do we now have energy from Iraq?
Yeah, they sell it on the open market.
Okay, so we had to go to war so that we could purchase energy from Iraq when we are a net exporter of energy.
Net exportation. I've already addressed this. That's only happened in the past decade with fracking and
I said we
and the
are.
stability
Present tense.
and the stability of the world market is still of interest to us, considering I already addressed this as well through unilateral, bilateral, and multilateral trade alliances. We are arguably responsible for $70 trillion of the world's $100 trillion economic activity. So guess what? The United States cannot solely provide the energy for the world. So yeah, it's still in our interest to be in the Red Sea. It's still in our interest to protect Saudi Arabia. It's still in our interest to protect Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Israel. Yes, it's still in our interest.
So think about when Russia invaded Ukraine, gas prices went up. Global instability causes markets to experience upheaval. Global stability, including in the Middle East, is a primary United States interest. That's one of the reasons to maintain the relationship with Israel.
Okay, so you guys basically believe, I think this is fine. I can't argue against this. You guys believe that the United States should be the emperor of the world, enforce economic hegemony and military action, and that the wars in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and keep going down the line were prudent actions. I don't know what to argue against that. I think
they could have been imprudent, but I'm not gonna.
Combination of things is absolutely crazy. But like, hey,
well,
we're not the only
they
ones
could be
that
considered
benefit from that
imprudent
global
actions.
stability, though.
But wait, Middle East stability, Garrett, didn't Israel bomb Qatar like a little while ago when they were doing negotiations with Hamas and Israel and America? And didn't Bibi have to be forced to apologize by Trump to Qatar? Who's the one making it unstable? Our ally, dude. Yeah, every argument you make, the intelligence, stability, you've got to be kidding me. Israel is helpful to us on those levels?
Hence Connor's reference to the psycho ex-girlfriend being kind of okay when the situation calls for it.
And not just that, you guys have no you guys have no sense of scale. Okay, this is the other thing. When we're talking about like Middle Eastern and North African military adventurism, the war on terror, while it did cost a healthy chunk of treasure, was actually like spit in the ocean in reference to blood. When it comes to Vietnam was infinitely more bloody, Korea was infinitely more bloody, World War II was infinitely more bloody, World War I was infinitely more bloody, and I'm talking about like factors of like 100. Okay, that's how much more bloody the world is. So you bringing up like a solitary terrorist attack 2 years ago, and Israel's response to that terror attack being 60,000 dead. I think you guys, you got a PhD or a master's or whatever. Congratulations. You read some books. Awesome. I invite you to read more books.
Okay. So, but you don't deny, you think America should be emperor of the world and enforce its military power. And can you let me talk? You talked for like 5 minutes straight and we had a fucking rule here, but now you're just going to interrupt me.
To be fair, there's been a lot.
Hold on, so go ahead.
There's been a lot of interruptions, but I want to hand you back the floor there, Ben. To be
go
fair,
ahead, Ben.
You did have, I think it's fair, like I said, for you to respond. But yeah, you guys have been just kind of intermingling your words a little, and that's fine because it's translating. I don't mind myself. Like I said, you guys are pretty passionate about the topic, but we can't
listen to like a 5 minute long speech from Connor.
Okay,
uninterrupted.
Let's hear your response.
So I get 30 seconds before he interrupts.
Hold on. Let's just do the response. He's on mute right now. Okay.
So I actually like I think that anyone who has your mentality is crazy and you're as psychopathic as the Israelis. And I guess you're Americans and you can vote. But if you feel like your low self-esteem is going to be made up for by having military actions that you don't participate in, that my sons are going to die on the fields of in the Middle East, so that you can feel like you can say based about violence as a Christian, then I couldn't be more offended. But like, I have nothing to say.
Okay, that was 30 seconds by your choice, not by my choice. I participated in these, Ben. I have family who have participated in them. Both of my grandparents are World War II veterans. One served in the Pacific, one served in Europe. I have an uncle and a cousin who are both infantrymen. They both served in Afghanistan. I was a Marine. I served 4 years. I served in Iraq, and I served 4 years in law enforcement. So no, when I'm saying like, violence on behalf of liberal democratic republicanism is based, that's because not only am I a student of history, I've also seen these things fucking close up. And by the way, jihadism, fucking evil. Authoritarian communism, fucking evil. And I have no problems. Slavery, fucking evil. I have no problems with Republicans or liberal Democrats who think that America is based shooting communists, jihadists, fascists. I would rather that we fight those kinds of people than let those people rule the world.
Yeah.
Let's get Grace back in here.
Yeah, let's have a war against 2.2 billion.
Hold on, Ben. I just want to ask very kindly, we can get Grace in here. She hasn't said as much, to be fair, and had her hand up.
Thank you, Ryan.
To be fair.
You're so sweet. Okay, maybe we could take this in a different direction. Okay, so we sent $14.3 billion to Israel in 2024, obviously to help in their response to October 7th. Okay, let's just take that right there. That's our aid. That's a lot of aid. Do you defend the Israelis bombing Gaza and killing innocent civilians that they have crammed into an open concentration camp on the land they stole from those same innocent civilians? Do you really want to say that you want your American money going towards that? Forget the intelligence. Forget all that stuff. Forget the stuff about the Middle East. Let's just talk about what Israel is using that money for. I mean, how can you defend that? It's not a war. It's just oppression.
Okay, so Garrett, if you ever want to interrupt me, go ahead. But I was going to say, no.
After you're done, I'll chime in.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, I want a two-state solution. I would be perfectly fine with 67 borders. I think that you would need two willing diplomatic partners in that effort. I don't think Hamas is a willing diplomatic partner, as evidenced of the past week. Also, when it comes to Israeli tactics, I am a critic of Israeli tactics. I think that if you actually look at the American battles in Hue City, if you look at the American battle in Fallujah, we actually did do a interesting amount of like tactics in order to reduce civilian casualties. And as a result, so you guys are arguing that it's effectively a 3-to-1 or a 2-to-1 civilian casualty to armed combatant ratio. American conflicts, we've gotten as low as a 1-to-1. So I would want Israel to change those tactics, but I'm also just an asshole with the webcam. So all I can really do is criticize the state of Israel while still generally supporting the existence of the Israeli state.
All right, let's get your thoughts there as well, Garrett, when you're ready.
So I'm also in favor of a two-state solution, but unfortunately Netanyahu is not, as of 2023, I believe. I think I read about that today. And as
most
far as
Israelis aren't either.
I mean, to me, a two-state solution makes sense. It would reduce the violence for sure. We can,
it's
of course,
a pipe dream. It's a pipe
1 second
dream.
there, Grace. We're going to give Garrett a chance to get his thoughts out too. Go ahead, Garrett.
Thank you. We should absolutely criticize Netanyahu and Israel for the heinous actions that they've taken, but I still say that the benefits outweigh the negatives, like the positives outweigh the negatives. And I'd like to maybe I know this is a different topic, but 40 billion to what is Argentina? I mean, come on. Like that just seems excessive, right? So like if you're not okay with the 14 billion to Israel, then you shouldn't be okay with the 40 billion to Argentina. I would
Okay,
think.
but you just said we should criticize Netanyahu and Israel for their heinous
Yes.
activities. How about taking our money away from them? Let's start there.
Sure.
Let's not give them money anymore, and then you can do all the criticism you want.
I don't have a problem making the aid conditional upon their behavior.
Okay, so you think we should cut aid? You think we should cut aid because they're not going to stop killing civilians?
So you think we should cut aid? No,
you think we should cut aid under certain conditions? So you agree with our side. So Connor's the only one left. Let's see what you have to say, big boy.
No, that's not what I said. Because if you apply conditions to the aid, they will follow through on the conditions.
Okay, buddy.
Oh my God.
That's worked for the past 2 years.
Okay. That's a good one. Can I ask another follow-up?
Has conditions
Wait, how did they get BB to apologize? How did they get beat?
Just a quick
You're
point.
saying
Well, we've
Israel
gone around
does
the
what it
whole
wants to
panel.
do.
Let's be
He's
fair.
not
They beat
immune
you
to
apologize.
criticism.
Hold on
Just
there.
a quick point.
I was gonna say we're going around the panel, so let's let Ben in here as well. And we'll
Just a quick
continue
point.
down step.
Connor said, and I, maybe he's got something. He said, if you went around in Iraq and you asked people whether they thought like the war that was waged against them that cost somewhere around 1 million lives, not necessarily in battle, but otherwise, they would, I think, say like, yeah, that was great. Now, I would just like to say, like, I believe that is a complete, you said high 80s to 90s would say yes. What is your basis for saying that?
Well, number one, that's not what I said. What I said was, if you asked Iraqis if modern Iraq was better off now than under Saddam, then you would probably pull in the high 80s.
Okay, so you're
That's a
saying
different
that,
statement.
you're saying like with all what's gone on since Saddam Hussein, which is basically our intervention has been the main thing. Okay, high 80s, 90s. What is your basis for saying that?
Well, number one, 60 to 70% of the population is Shia, and they're automatically fucking ecstatic that motherfucker's gone because he's been oppressing them for generations. I think another 10 or 15% of the population are Kurds, who are also probably ecstatic. So we're already at 75% right there. Now, when it comes to Sunni Muslims within Iraq,
you're making assumptions.
When it comes, well, I mean, I could Google it real quick. I could see if I could find some Pew Research polling.
Okay, well, what would prevent you from saying, I think the
I'm not done yet
Palestinians
because I also want to bring up something else that you're unaware of.
that they
I
love
want to bring up
how the
another thing.
Israelis
I also want to bring up another thing,
liberated them from
which is that
Hamas.
the Sunni are split because obviously there's plenty of Sunni because for those of you who don't know, Saddam Hussein was a Sunni Ba'athist. So the Sunni were largely the privileged ethno-religious group within Iraq. And so half of them probably made their bones on Saddam. They were probably, the people who executed Saddam's power. So they're probably not happy about Saddam being deposed.
But I'm not
But the
asking
Sunni
you what your
are split,
speculation.
therefore we're probably in the 80s.
I just asked you for a simple answer to a question. On what basis? So it's just on your wild fabrications.
No,
Right?
it's based
So
off of
why
the
wouldn't
ethno-religious descriptions that I just
why
gave you
wouldn't
of
you-
fucking Iraq, Ben.
Okay. What would prevent you from saying 90% of Palestinians are super enthusiastic about how the Israelis have liberated them from Hamas?
Because I have no basis to believe that, whereas I do have a basis that I just
Well, I'm
explained
sure
to
you
you
could
10
say
seconds
that-
ago, Ben. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean I
You can
didn't
make
explain
stuff
it.
up. I mean, that's all that Hezbollah is.
No,
Like,
no,
add more
no.
of
Ben,
this made
Ben,
up
Ben,
stuff.
I need you to listen to
Tell
this
me
because I
about beheaded
really want you to
babies,
understand
babies
how
and
dumb
ovens,
you
like,
are.
it's
Hold on.
just made up.
You
bullshit.
understand.
Ben, 1 second, please.
You
Let's look
understand
counterpoints in.
because I've explained this, so you not understanding it is not my problem. Okay, so Saddam Hussein was Sunni. Okay, that's an ethno-religious group within Iraq. 60% of the population is a group that was oppressed. Another 10 to 15% was a group that was oppressed. Now I'm going to go ahead and count that as like probably 80 to 90% of those motherfuckers are happy that dude's dead. They're probably ecstatic. But what I also said is that the Sunni themselves are split because the Sunni profited from Saddam's reign, but also large swaths of the Sunni did not profit from his reign. So if you don't understand that because you're saying I'm pulling it from my ass, that's not my fault. I've explained it. You just don't understand.
You're pulling it from your ass.
Okay,
That's all I'm saying.
Pew Research
You
polling. It's
have
not my fault.
no
You don't understand
actual
ethno-religious
research
demographics.
other
That's
than
not my
what
problem.
you find in your ass. Yes.
That's not my ass. That's understanding ethno-religious
I do
demographics
think
of
that
a
your
country in
brain
a
is
different
located
on a different
in
part of
your
the world.
rectum. Yes.
Okay.
No, you just don't understand words.
Not that
That's
we're
my
not
problem.
riding on the highbrow of conversation here, guys. But once
I think
again,
you are a shithead. Yeah.
You want to talk about? Wait, can I jump in?
On a
You want to talk about
technical level.
You want to
I
talk about
can't understand.
percentages?
I'm going to pretend that you're
Okay.
talking to me, and we're going to just carry on and try not to get too distracted by all the fireworks. All right, go ahead.
Very,
Garrett.
very passionate.
Garrett and Connor, do you guys think that ethnically cleansing Gaza? You said you're in favor of a two-state solution, so I assume you're against the ethnic cleansing of the Gazans. Is that right? Would that be a fair to
Correct. I'm against ethnic cleansing of Gaza, which, by the way, is why I'm against Trump. But continue.
Okay, Garrett, would you agree you're against ethnic cleansing?
Yes, that's correct. Which I'm also against Trump. So
Would it
makes
interest you to
sense.
know that Haaretz, one of Israel's oldest newspapers, reported that 82% of Israelis are for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza? The Israelis that occupy the country that you want to send our money to? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider your position based on what you just told me?
Why would I? Okay, and is this after October 7th, 2023?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes a fuckload of sense. Imagine Al Qaeda lived in New York.
But you don't support ethnic cleansing.
Imagine how
You
Kita
don't
lived in
support
Rhode
it.
Island.
You
and they
don't
attacked
support
New York.
ethnic cleansing, and yet you want to send money to people.
No,
who do.
Grace, this is great. No, Connor is right. According to his theory, we should ethnically cleanse the blacks from the United States too, right? It's the same logic.
I'm trying not to use ableist
The
slurs
statistics
because
are
I
unbelievable.
people
Ethnic
don't like it
cleansing
when I
is
use
the
ableist slurs.
solution.
But Ben, this is legitimately
Ethnic
some of the
solution,
dumbest
ethnic
argumentation I've ever
cleansing.
encountered, and I've argued with
Absolutely
Admiral
fantastic.
Gibbs. This is bad. Bad
Ethnic
argumentation.
cleansing is fantastic.
Yeah, but they
Okay.
both just said it's not fantastic. They
They
don't back
support
what Israel
genocidal.
itself is
Hey,
doing.
No
No.
shit. We said
See, now
criticize
you're
the Israeli
putting
statement
words
that
in
you
our
fucked
mouth.
up shit.
I
really don't
asked you
think
if you
guys
support ethnic
understand
cleansing and you
words.
said no. I asked you if you support ethnic cleansing and you said no. And then I made the point that the population of the country you want to send money to supports ethnic cleansing. How do you get out of that one?
Those aren't contradictory statements.
You want to send money to people who are doing something you don't support? Is that your stance?
There's plenty of fucking countries that do shit that we don't support. We have good relations with the Saudis. You think I support the Saudi regime?
Okay, so you want to send money to a country with 82% of the population supports a morally heinous act that is against international law. Is that your position, Connor?
Sure, but I think that you don't
Okay,
understand
well, I think I just
contradictions.
won.
Let him
I don't think
finish.
you understand what contradictory means.
You have a contradictory position, which means you lost.
It
No,
isn't
I
contradictory.
don't.
No, it's perfectly consistent, Grace. You don't
Hold
understand.
on. I'm going to explain this to you guys because
Sure,
it's
go ahead,
actually
go ahead.
mind-blowing that you don't understand it already. So within the realm of geopolitics, do you guys know that we logistically and financially supported Russia during World War II?
Yes, you didn't know that.
No, I know that. Thanks, Ben.
You said we fought World War
No,
II
you're
against
still
communism.
taking a
No,
misspeak that I don't even know if I did, and you're sticking it up your own ass.
No,
That's
you
not
did.
my problem.
You did. No,
All
no.
Okay, so anyway,
hold on.
So
Just to
anyway,
be fair,
he's
saying that-
the reason
hold on.
why I'm bringing
He's
this
saying
up,
if he said that, it was a
I'll go ahead and
misspoken
I'll
thing.
cut ahead to the chase, which is you can support people who are achieving geopolitical ends that help you while not fully supporting every single thing that they do. This should be obvious, but you're acting like you don't understand that.
Okay, hang on. I do understand that point. However, I believe that ethnic cleansing is a morally heinous act that is against international law, and
We
therefore
agree.
I think that should meet the standard
Yes.
of not supporting a country that's doing that.
But you are not
And so do you,
addressing
except
Garrett.
uniquely in
Sorry.
the case of Israel.
Garrett and I have already made this argument multiple times that Israel is a relatively modern state, that it's a modern military power, that they have microchip technology that's phenomenal, that they are intelligence sharers with us within the Middle Eastern and North Africa. They help us play the game of power within the geopolitical realm, and we want to do aid that is contingent upon their behavior, but we don't want to cut them off completely because one of the giant geopolitical risks is that Israel says, oh, okay, you don't want to fuck with us anymore? Fuck you. We're going to go ahead and sell all of our intellectual property and all of our military property. We're going to go ahead and sell it to Russia and China. And guess what? Russia and China are still geopolitical rivals and enemies of the United States. That would be bad. So deal
Sounds
with
like,
that. That's like a perfectly cogent point.
Sounds like we might be.
Okay, let's start with the first thing you said. Israel is a modern country. What does that mean? How is that relevant?
In
All
that
countries are
they are
modern
countries.
countries.
Okay, they are within
No,
the
not
Middle
all
East and North Africa.
countries are modern.
Not all countries are modern countries. They don't exist in the year 2025.
Well, they do, but do all countries
There are
have
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell me
you
what
take
the
it, Garrett. I got to look
ancient
something
countries
up real quick.
Tell me about the ancient countries. Is the Babylonian Empire somewhere? That
Wait, hold on.
aware
You're being
of?
so obtuse. It's borderline laughable. Do you think Pakistan and Afghanistan are what I would consider modern countries? Can you steel man what I'm saying?
I don't know what you mean by modern countries, but I
Okay,
don't
what I
understand
mean
why
is
it
that
would,
there's some
why it would
countries.
be relevant.
No, I'll explain it to you. So there's some countries that whenever a woman is accused of adultery, they're not even proven to have committed adultery. They bury the woman up to their fucking hands. So basically their hips, but they also bury their hands at the same time. And then they take rocks and they throw it at her head until she's dead. I
Right, I
would
get
view
it.
that as a
Part of-
barbaric ancient
Hasbara is
culture.
Islamophobia.
Whereas
Islamophobia, they throw
And
the-
Israel and Israel is a
Not even
country that
including
and
that.
Israel is a country that kills
We get it.
children who go to aid sites looking for food, which is also barbaric, Connor.
But they
That's
do it with
incredibly
modern
barbaric.
weapons.
We do it
You're
with
being
modern
obtuse.
weapons. So how
They're
could I
cool
forget?
guys because
They're a
cool
modern
guys,
nation that does it with
loser
modern
Connor
weapons, so it's not
is
barbaric.
like, well,
Okay,
they have
I think
Apache
you
attack
guys
helicopters,
are
so
being
they're
obtuse,
cool.
and worse yet, I think you know you're being obtuse.
Agreed.
It's not
Are there
obtuse, that's
countries that
fact.
don't have
That
clean running
happened.
water? Are there countries that don't have clean running water?
There are not entire countries, but there are places in countries, yes.
Okay.
Including
Wouldn't that
parts of
be
America.
Right.
Okay,
But-
so is America a modern country? And what
Well,
the
yes,
hell
of
point
course.
is there of saying it's a modern country? What is the point? How is that relevant?
It's a factor that's taken into consideration. And
NATO
and
chips.
Connor is
They have
looking something
NATO
up, so give him a
chips.
chance to do that.
Okay, I'm
What is the
unmuting
point?
myself to answer the question. How is a modern country relevant to the point? It's based off of who we choose to be allies with and how much we choose to align ourselves with them.
What does being modern have anything to do with that?
Because I think it takes a certain amount of cultural competency in order to run logistics, complex supply chains, entrepreneurialism, small business, free markets. I think it takes a certain amount of complexity in order to do that. So we should either, so as an example, our aid to Israel will be different than our aid to Afghanistan. And with Afghanistan, we were trying to get them up to a level of cultural and socioeconomic development. So we
I
would
see what
want
you're
to
doing.
be their ally, but they failed that standard. And so we withdrew. Whereas
Okay.
with Ukraine and with Israel, they meet that threshold. Therefore, we're interested in being their partner and their ally.
You're just
It's actually fairly
masquerading
straightforward.
racism. You're just masquerading racism. What continent is the most
Who give? Why
allied
would
according
you
to-
give a
No, let me
fuck?
ask you a question. What continent on the planet Earth is the most modern?
I would say probably Europe, the United States,
Okay,
and East
Europe.
Asia.
The United States is not a continent, okay? Try reading a book, not on
Okay,
TikTok.
North
Which
America,
continent- You can
say North America,
Europe,
then
you
and
can
East
include Canada.
Asia.
Which continent is the least? Which continent is the least modern?
I would probably say Africa.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's masquerading racism.
That
Wait,
is
you-
true.
you
That
think-
is
hold on,
true.
hold on.
Yeah.
I have to
Fucking
understand how
asshole.
stupid you like how you think this is a dumb.
You're just
So hold on.
masquerading racism.
You think because I think that a continent is less technologically developed and less like culturally, socioeconomically developed, that necessarily means that I don't believe in the moral worth of the people from that continent.
Yes.
Okay, I think you're an idiot and you don't know what words mean, but that's fine. I've been
That's
learning that the
completely
entire
absurd.
debate, so that's fine.
That's what you've been sneaking in the entire time.
Who
You're a
cares?
racist.
Ben,
And that's all
how
the
is that
Zionism
relevant to
is.
my arguments?
All that
Even if I
Zionism
was
is saying
racist.
Ashkenazi,
Even if I was
European
racist, who would give a shit?
population can wipe out just like all the colonial projects before, including this country.
Nobody
We
said
wipe
that.
out
You're
the
just
brown
making shit
people,
up.
and then we say, well, they're our allies because they're modern. Right. It's just
No,
sneaking
it's
in
one
You just
of the
listed
reasons.
Disgusting,
one
obvious
factor
racism.
when
And
Connor listed a whole
Islamophobia is
bunch
part
of
it.
different factors. So what you're saying just doesn't make any sense. This
It
is so
doesn't. Racism
this is an
doesn't make
absurd
sense.
line of
I agree.
argumentation.
Racism does not make sense. Let's end racism. We ended it in South Africa. Let's end it in Israel. And let's, at the very least, no longer participate in it. How about that?
So just to pull it back full circle
my
here, is your argument exactly that you think Counterpoints, holds racist values, and therefore that is why he supports Israel and the funding
Yes.
for Israel?
Yes.
All right, let's make that quick little argument. I know it's a little bit of sounds kind of character assassin-y, but you can make the argument and at least let Counterpoints respond.
Sure.
to-
Can I make
that's-
briefly the argument?
if that's
Zionism-
the
I
argument
thought you already did.
I mean,
Okay. Go
it
ahead.
wasn't tied
IDF
directly into the
IDF
topic.
takes
It's
the
just
floor. Go
it's
ahead.
very out to here. If you want to try to frame how that would work here, go ahead.
I'm not sure.
well,
Am I allowed to
yeah,
talk
go
or
ahead.
No. Okay.
Well, I mean, honestly, yeah. If you got it, then
I'm going to be like a
hear it
20
there.
second, 20-second version of this.
Go for it.
Okay, Zionism is a European project, like a lot of other projects in the 19th century, where European people invaded other lands and displaced those people. from the very beginning, Zionism had in mind what they called transfers of the population, which is just a euphemism for ethnic cleansing. Now, why did those people deserve to have Europeans land on them when they had done nothing wrong whatsoever towards these people and be displaced and now repeatedly ethnically cleansed? It's the only justification possible is racism. They're not Europeans.
Okay. Yeah, I think, number one, regardless of whether or not I was racist, would actually have very little to do with the arguments that I make. Number two, this is also an argument from almost complete ignorance. So Ashkenazi, some level of Ashkenazi, are 70% of the population of Israel, but 33% are Maghrebi or Mizrahi, and like an additional like 10 or 15% are also, I'd have to think of the term. I could Google it in a minute, but I'm still Googling the Iraq war polling. But effectively, like, probably a third.
How's it going? How's the polling
a third
going?
It's going okay. So a third of the Jewish population is already from the Middle East or North Africa or the Mediterranean, and then not only that, 20% of the population of the state of Israel is Arab Muslim. So if we're looking at almost half of the population is some swarthy brown mix, then I think just appealing to like racism is kind of fucking silly.
Okay, so you don't think the leadership class historically from the very beginning of the Zionist movement is Ashkenazi, and that every single prime minister has been
that's a different argument. The argument is the 19th
so
century.
Whose idea was it to do this? The Ashkenazi.
Okay, that changes almost nothing of what I said.
And they got their ideas from Central European romantic nationalism, which they were also victims of. Absolutely, it can be clearly shown.
Are you like an aggressive civic nationalist? Are you and by the way, like I'm a civic nationalist too, but are you like a paperwork nationalist, meaning that if somebody buys into like the ideals of a society, then they should be willing and able to be an equal citizen within that society?
I don't really know what your question is.
I'm asking you if you're an ethno-nationalist or a civic nationalist.
Okay, I'm a Catholic. I don't know what you mean. Like, I'm not an ethno-nationalist.
Okay,
but if I was in Norway,
so if you had to choose, if you had to choose between two societies to live in, okay, one society, let's just say they're all European. They're all Northern Europeans, okay, and that is like the social foundation upon which the society is built. Is we all share some.
I know what an ethno-state is. My people are from Norway.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, would you prefer that? Or would you prefer a project like the United States where we say you can be African, Hispanic, Asian, white, whatever. We don't give a fuck as long as you buy into certain principles that we all hold dear as Americans. Which one do you prefer? That's what I'm asking.
I'm an American.
Second one. So the second one.
You said you are
American. If I was from Norway,
I was asking which one you prefer.
I think they both have like positives and negatives.
So why the fuck are you moral frogging if Israel even was an ethno state, which I don't concede? Why the fuck are you moral frogging about it?
Why don't they incorporate? Here's one for both you guys. I just have a question.
Wait, hold on. You just moral frogged about them being an ethno state, and then when I asked you if you had a preference about ethno states or civic nationalism, you were like, "Oh, I don't have any preference." So why the fuck are you moral frogging?
I don't know. What are you saying? If I have a black wife, then I'm not a racist. If I have a white wife, I'm a racist.
No, like, I'm just saying you indicted Israel as a fucking ethno state, and when I asked you which one do you prefer, you had no moral preference.
I believe racist states like Nazi Germany and the state of Israel are horrendous, and South Africa are horrendous.
Okay, I don't think you understand my question, but that's okay. That's fine.
But if there happened to be, if I'm in the state of Vermont, which happens to be almost basically an ethno state, I would probably love the state of Vermont. I don't really know what you're saying, but listen, I
thought his question was pretty clear.
Here's my question for you two guys.
Oh my gosh!
Leave aside all of your books and your TikToks.
I think
one simple question.
Hold on, Ben. You can hold your question for 1 second. I think we all of our panelists kind of established that there's a question that they've asked, and I think maybe we may have missed it. So maybe before we move on to your question, if you can hold on to it,
sure.
We can maybe wrap this one up. And like I say, sometimes on Modern Day Debate, the expectation is you're not going to agree. Sometimes people just don't have an opinion. So, sometimes we just have to move on. But I'm going to give the floor back to Counterpoints to reframe the question. Or Garrett, if you want to give it a crack, you go ahead. And then we'll let you respond.
But it seems like you know what the difference between an ethno-state is and a state based on civic nationalism. What's your preference between the two? I think it's pretty simple.
There are countries that are aware, like self-reflectively ethno-states. Like they say we are an ethno-state, and then there are regions that just happen to be ethnically homogenous. Those are two very different things. Norway is largely ethnically homogenous. It is not an ethno-state in the sense of the state of Israel. So what is better or worse? I think they both have
what is your preference? You live in the United States, you're an American. This is not this is a culturally diverse country.
If you guys want to argue for ethno-states,
we're not arguing for ethno-states.
I think that's consistent with your racism. Yes. White power, right, guys? Am I right?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're not arguing for ethno-states.
All right.
Like, this is pretty fucking simple.
Let's just try to move on. So I know you have your own question there, but
that's dirty.
Just to try to make it simple and then let you ask your question that you had before there, Ben. Basically, all they're saying is, would you prefer to be, in an area like the United States, or where there's a celebration of diversity, differences, that sort of thing, or would you prefer to be somewhere, where you very much have to toe the line and be a part of some sort of like say North Korea, I think is kind of maybe a good example. What would you
I love where I live. I think that's a natural thing.
I think we got our answer there. So let's ask your question to move on.
So you do not prefer an ethno-state. Got it.
Dad, your question was for them something
real simple question, guys.
Incorporate.
Just leave aside history and all of the Hasbara talking points that have been drilled into your head for some reason. If I was to say to you, what do you think about this as an idea, guys? From the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, we have a population, a nation where everyone has equal rights. What do you think about that, guys?
No, I'm a two-stater.
So your response to that is no. Garrett, would you give it a shot?
Two-stater.
Okay, so your answer is no. Does that appeal to you in any way as kind of like that seems kind of like the obvious thing to do here? No?
Not unless there's like a complete unless there's like a complete and total cultural change in reference to the way that Palestinians perceive Jews and vice versa. No, not interested in that.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I don't see how that would work.
Okay, so can I give you an example? This one is almost an exact same example. Do you realize that there was a nation which in the 70s and the 80s had very similar ethnic things as to Israel? And what they did, and everyone said, nope, we can't live together. You know what that nation was, guys? I know you've read a lot of books, Connor. Can you tell me what that nation was?
South Africa. I'll have a follow-up question when you're done.
That's right. So was what happened in South Africa something which should happen in the region we call Israel and Palestine? And if so, if not, why not?
So, So hold on. I got a question for you. The ANC, the African National Congress, were declared communists and terrorists by the Central South African government, and they were like hunted and killed for the better part of a decade. Do you know how many people the ANC killed over the course of a decade of terrorist operations?
No, I don't know the number.
Okay, it was 176. Do you know how many people died on October 7, 2023?
I know how many people died, but I don't know how they died. But it's something around 1,100 to 1,200.
Right. So 900 civilians, 300 IDF personnel were killed on October 7, 2023. So that means that in a single day, Hamas beat the ANC's operations of a decade. So no, I'm not going to pretend that these situations are the same.
Okay. Did the white South Africans force the black South Africans to live in an open air prison for 70 years, denying them?
See, this is another thing that Palestinian apologists. This is another thing that Palestinian apologists need to get.
Right, I'm Hamas. I'm anti-Semitic. I'm Nazi, and I work for Hamas.
Okay. I didn't even fucking say that. I think you're. I don't think you're any of those things. You're kind of a spurg. So the thing about it is it an open air prison? But then we also hear, or we also see, this is what Gaza was before the war. And they got hotels and air conditioning and water and TVs and PS5s and all this bullshit. So which one was it? What was Palestine?
So you can't have a
a
PS5 in an
fucking
open air
paradise before the war, or was it an open air prison? Because you got to pick one and continue to argue it.
Okay, so you think the choice is between saying that a territory which is completely decimated, 90% of the buildings are bombed to smithereens, and everyone is dying of starvation and dehydration, and
that's
saying
not
that
my
it could be
criticism. My
better while
criticism
still
is of
not
you
being
saying it's an
great.
open air prison prior to October 7, 2023. That's my criticism.
Well, if a foreign country controlled the air, the sea, and all trade coming into the United States, would you say that that's a free society and demilitarized and also invaded occasionally? Would you say
No,
that
but
that's
weirdly
a free
enough, I wouldn't
country?
be into shooting women and children and cutting their heads off and all that bullshit. So, weirdly
Oh,
enough.
yeah, the beheaded babies. Let's do that one. Right. Okay. How many beheaded babies was it? How many beheaded babies?
If they shot them, is that better, Ben?
How many beheaded babies were there?
I don't
Let's
fucking
do
give a
the
shit
idea.
because
Hasbara.
obviously the initial reporting was
Zero,
like
you
50
moron.
beheaded.
Zero. You know it's zero.
Okay, hold on.
One
But
child
are
shot
you
through a
arguing
door.
because 900
One child shot
of the
through
people
a
killed on
door.
October 7, 2023 were absolutely civilians? So are you arguing that because they didn't defile the corpses after they had killed them, that shooting a baby is okay?
No, I'm saying you're a liar.
You
You're a
said
liar.
beheadings.
nothing-
You said beheadings.
No one was beheaded.
No one was beheaded. On Twitter, I literally watched a Malaysian foreign worker who happened to be in Israel get his head chopped off with an implement. I also watched another video in which Hamas fighters gunned down a man and his daughter at a bus stop, and then half the Hamas fighters ran off, and one guy stayed behind just so he could decapitate the corpse. So yeah, I've seen beheadings. Have you not?
I don't watch beheadings. No, I don't.
Oh, well, isn't that convenient to freak out about me saying the word beheadings, but you just don't
Were there
look at the
babies
evidence?
cooked in
That's
ovens?
fucking
Were there
amazing.
babies cooked in ovens?
I have no fucking idea, Ben.
Well, then
but at
come
the
on, you
same
gotta get
time,
your
did
Hasbara right. You
900?
gotta
Let
get
me
your
ask you a
Hasbara
counter question. Did 900 civilians get killed on October 7, 2023?
I think that's accurate, but there's no accounting for who killed them. Some of them were killed by the Hannibal Directive.
Oh, man. My chat has been predicting you saying the Hannibal Directive for like 45 minutes. So that's
Your
impressive.
chat is super smart, buddy.
I think they're quite perceptive. I
Yes.
agree with you there.
That's
I agree with you. I
fantastic.
do have a
Man, I might have used the
disproportionately
word
intelligent
Hamas.
chat.
Hey, chat. Hey, Connor's chat. Do you think I might say the word genocide or ethnic cleansing? They might say it for 45 or 50 minutes in a row. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah.
Sounds like an accurate prediction.
Colonialism. Racism, yeah.
All right.
All
So-
these words might come up. Your chat is something.
All right, 1 second there, Ben. So, unless there was
You are,
another
Chad. I
avenue
love
that
you.
we wanted to go down, this might be a good time to maybe get into the audience questions. So, if you guys did want to, like I say, go down another path, if there's something we didn't get to unpack yet, I don't want to be unfair, but there is going to be opportunity to do some more unpacking, of course, in the Q&A. I usually like to let it go and treat it like a bit of an open panel if we can, if we have the time. So hopefully all of our speakers aren't too constrained tonight. So
I love it.
yeah, it looks like everybody's good for that. So we are going to jump into our Q&A shortly here. I'm going to remind everybody, though, because I've been a bit of a bad host in a way. We are live right now, so if you haven't already, hit the like button. But also, I want to remind everybody that we do have tickets linked in the description for DebateCon 6. So if you didn't see the big poster next to me here, DebateCon 6 is going to be in Nashville, Tennessee, November 15th and 16th. So that's Saturday and Sunday. So we have a discount right now on the tickets for the early registration. So check out the link in the description below. We also have a crowdfund. If you go there and you participate in our crowdfund, you can get some perks like a signed photo with your favorite debater. So yeah, definitely check out some of those perks. It would be a lot of fun to see you guys out there and get to see some of your favorite speakers. So let's jump into the Q&A. Big round of virtual applause to the panel here. You guys had a lot of passion, and like I said, it's been a lot of fun hosting you guys. Hopefully you all felt like you had a fair shot to make your point. So
Absolutely.
excellent.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right, no worries. And well, hopefully we can hear a little bit more from you as well, Garrett, there. I know that you handed the floor over to Connor a few times, but yeah, Connor was bringing that fire there as well, and so was Ben, so we let him have it. It was a lot of fun. Even
I
Laura,
certainly enjoyed that too.
I think I could tell. So even Lord with the first question says, Counterpoints shut down my Wi-Fi. Ooh, he's a Wi-Fi assassin. When we talked on the same Rage Tomato panel using his kosher satellite network. Just joking. Good luck to the Thorp clan.
Listen,
All right.
that's one of the advantages when you're friends with Jews. They help you cyber hack other people's shit.
I do hope you're getting paid for this, because otherwise it's just embarrassing.
Not by Israel, but I'm getting paid.
Yeah, so hopefully somebody's getting paid. All right, Even Lord, thank you for your super chat. Even Lord follows up and says, supporting Israel is the greatest probability that an Assyrian state and a restored Greek Byzantine state will be established. So,
yeah.
Who
No,
would like to jump in?
I was going to say one of the things that doesn't really line up with this line of argumentation of Israel is totally bad for the destabilization of the Middle East and North Africa is effectively what's happened within the past decade. And the person that I would actually give a little bit of credit to is Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner has been looking for win-win-wins in the Middle East and North Africa, which is why I think you didn't see Saudi Arabia, all the countries that I listed earlier. The reason why they haven't taken a massive shit on Israel is because they're hoping that there's some win-win-wins that can be dragged out of this bullshit.
All right, any thoughts on the other side of the panel?
I think things that have been going fantastic in the Middle East. I love the endless warfare, and I hope my 4 sons die on the battlefields in the Middle East for no reason, because Connor has low self-esteem. I love it. I want IDF money too. Hand it over.
Okay, I think we'll just carry on with the super chats there, unless you also want to chime in there, Grace and Garrett.
No, I think we can just move on to the next one.
All right, no worries. We do want to hear from you guys as well. So, yeah, thank you so much, Even Lord. We appreciate the super chats. We're moving on now. So, Basil Problem says, modern day debate is confused because he's not sure where his Christian nationalist funders fall on this debate. That's quite the thing to say there. I gotta pop my my headphone back in. I almost popped it out because the steam. You see, I'm holding it in, Basil. No, let's see. I did put up a poll earlier. Why don't we go and check out the poll and see exactly where our audience is sitting right now? And then after I ask this next question, we'll put up another poll. So thanks again to everybody. We are reading your questions, and we're also going to review the poll. So we have 443 votes right now in this poll, and I'm going to close it after I review them. So right now, we have 19% saying, so should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? 19% said we could do less, but stay involved. So a little less for Israel, but, kind of at arm's length. 19%. Should we cut ties with Israel entirely? 24% said no, and then 57% said yes, that the U.S. should cut ties with Israel. So that's where our audience is right now at Modern Day Debate. I'm going to close out the poll, and I'm going to put up one for our favorite speaker. Don't take it personally. It's usually based on who's hanging out.
Yeah.
Doing this for fun. As far as the polls go, just to, do something for our audience, because I'm kind of like that. All right, back to questions. We're going to read your questions, guys. So in Liberty, oh, his name is too long. I don't think I can. I gotta change my YouTube right quick. I gotta change my format just so I can read this name that's way too long. 1 second. What's the point of putting in a super chat if you can't get your name read out loud, right? This super chatter says, right? That'd be really boring. Sorry, guys. In Liberty and Guns, we trust. All right, got your name. Thanks for your super chat, and sorry for the wait. Counterpoints is no different than Hamas, ISIS, IDF, etc. He's a terrorist of a different flavor, with no lower bound to evil he supports. He's willing to throw out all morality and Jesus' teachings. This is This is right.
And he doesn't even get paid.
Hold on.
He does it for free.
He does it for free. He's a whore for
Hold
free.
on. So in Liberty and Guns we trust. Do you know this super chatter counterpoints? They're coming right at you.
I don't. I don't know if it's sarcastic. Also, I'm not really doing it for free. I got like a dozen super chats on my end, so I'm not exactly complaining too much.
But you ain't getting no $7,000 a post now, are you?
7,000 a
He's working
post.
towards
No,
it.
I'm
He's
not
working
there
towards
yet.
it.
They'll
His
reach
handlers,
out to him.
his
They'll reach
handlers
out.
are.
But
Actually,
anyways,
I think you did too bad of a job to get the gig. So
okay.
All right.
Well, hold on. I
Let's
want to
continue.
I want to address the heart of the matter, which is I would throw out all of my values in order to affect my worldview. No, my worldview is the same. Well, not the same, but I would say it's a fulfillment of the dream of the founding fathers. You know, a country that's governed of, for, and by the people, elected representatives, balance of power, a republic rather than a monarchy or a dictatorship. As such, I swore an oath twice, both as a law enforcement officer and as a Marine. And I said that I would be willing to fight and die for the Republic. So everybody who's ever sworn that oath, they have my love and my thanks. And I don't care that they successfully fought fascists. I don't care that they successfully fought communists. And I don't care that while jihadism has never really been stomped out fully, I don't think there's been a single battle that American forces have lost to jihadist forces. I think we've kicked the shit out of them every single time they showed up on the battlefield. So no, I'm not going to apologize for that. Or I'm not going to apologize for that.
9/11 was a big win. I loved it. Yes.
Okay. Well, $70 trillion of economic activity every single year, Ben. The reason why you got Funko Pops is because
Team
of the
America.
World Economic Empire.
Yeah.
Yes. Unironically, America, fuck yeah.
Yeah. And it's so interesting that you quote that the people should rule themselves. And yet, in the same, like another breath, you'll say, we should rule the entire world and be the police of the world. No contradiction there.
No, I'm a Republican.
Perfect.
I think that the demos, I think the people inside the United States are too stupid to
Should
know what's
run the world.
good for the globe.
That's right.
And I think that republicanism is a universal good that should be spread worldwide.
Team America. Fuck yeah. No thanks, dude.
Literally, I would actually invite you and the chat to listen to the speech at the end of Team America.
All right. Next one coming in from Even Lord
We invite you to fuck
7825.
yourself.
So, all right.
Spicy.
Oh boy, yeah. You're threatening him with a good time. All right. Let's see here.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Are you okay? You just didn't like the way I framed it. That's what happened. You were like, no, we gotta pull it. All right. All right. A major
I'm a little
mistake
wound
the
up.
West did was let South Africa, Rhodesia, and the Shah of Iran fall. We should not make the same mistake with Israel. Rare Connor win.
Okay,
Right.
great.
Not a
I'd love
usual
for them
fan,
to
but-
say, I'd love to hear
Aw.
their view of that.
Thanks.
You agree, guys?
But for me,
So a major mistake the West did was let South Africa and all these,
excuse me.
yeah, the Shah of Iran fall.
Yeah, I think that the boycotting of South Africa and Rhodesia probably has had some disastrous effects in South Africa. I think that what would have been better is unironically leverage against South Africa and Rhodesia in order to become better societies. For those of you who don't know, Zimbabwe is the country that succeeded Rhodesia, and they've been pretty fucked up ever since. And then same thing with Israel. I wouldn't let Israel fail. I would use leverage to make them a better country. That's what I think the United
Perfect.
States
You're
should be doing.
pro-apartheid. Garrett?
No, that's not what I said, Ben.
Garrett, your thoughts?
My thoughts are I would like for you to actually steelman his arguments instead of just throwing them into the shitter and seeing what pops out.
Steelman his arguments? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you
his
hear me
arguments
say
for
that I actually
apartheid?
loved apartheid, or did you hear me say something different?
Well, the sanctions against Rhodesia and South Africa were intended to break their apartheid states.
And it also destroyed the state of Rhodesia, allowed Mugabe to seize power. Then Mugabe, through socialistic central planning, fucked up the entire country, fucked up their agricultural sector, and arguably got tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people killed. So,
Okay,
what
so
I
you
would
think the
have
West
liked,
should have sent billions of dollars to prop up Rhodesia and
they
South
should have
Africa?
used any aid sent to Rhodesia or South Africa
Including
in order
military
to leverage
means.
them
Including
into a
military
better
means.
society that didn't have segregation.
I agree. Rhodesia and South Africa are child's play compared to what is going on in Israel. Absolutely.
Okay,
Child's
but is that the same as saying
If you defend
I
Israel-
love segregation? What is
If-
that?
if
What you heard?
defend Israel, I'm sure you defend also the dropping of nuclear weapons on civilian cities in Japan, right?
Yep.
Fantastic. Good stuff. More yellow people, right? The more the better. Wipe them out. Even though the war was on the brink of being resolved by the Japanese. Yes, I agree. They're not modern enough. They're not white enough, really. Let's just be honest.
Modernism wasn't their problem. It was a different one. But we can save that
Yeah,
topic for another night.
They're yellow. They're not white. Yes, I get it.
Okay.
Garrett, your thoughts on the nuclear annihilation of Japan for no reason at the end of World War II? Pro or thumbs up, way up, like Connor, or maybe?
Well, the targets were selected for military reasons, right? Not for.
That's a lie.
Okay.
They were selected to cause maximum civilian casualties.
Then why didn't they hit Tokyo?
I don't know exactly why, but
because you were wrong. Because what you just said was wrong.
And maybe
I think Garrett,
I don't know
that Garrett knew you were wrong, and he just stopped talking because he knew how wrong you were.
There's always
sometimes it's better to not say anything and let your opponent just run their mouth.
Well, if that's your strategy, you're doing a great job. Sit back, act like you don't even know how to speak the English language, and then just support.
Ben, in the past 30 seconds, we asked you why they didn't hit Tokyo, because if they were trying to maximize civilian casualties, it would have been Tokyo. And the reason why you didn't respond is because you knew
whereas
you were wrong.
if they wanted to target
All right,
civilians,
not that this is not
to Connor's point,
just the
Tokyo
right amount
would
of
be a better
chaos.
target if they wanted to maximize civilian deaths.
All right, we
Right?
can ask the next.
That's why you
question.
didn't have a response to that,
Just a
because you
second.
knew you were wrong, Ben.
All right, let's ask. Let's see what Ben has to say to wrap this one up. But we'll let's try to clean up the panel a little bit with the crosstalk.
The use of nuclear weapons against Hiroshima and Nagasaki had no military value and was intended both to show to the world that we could do the kind of things. I'm sure Connor, if he was there in the Enola Gay, would be having a huge erection about how powerful he finally was to wipe out old ladies, old men, babies. He loves it, right? But I think it's disgusting what we did. It was totally militarily unnecessary. This is commanders in the field will attest. They were negotiating the end of the war. They were ready to surrender. But we wanted to show the world by obliterating hundreds of thousands of non-white people. And
I think your biggest strength in debating is
we roll
prescribing
like a we have
straw
a
man
big
positions
penis.
to your opponents.
Hold on, Ben. Let him talk. All right, go ahead, Gary.
I think that's your biggest strength. Aside prescribing
I would
straw
like to
man
donate
positions
to Connor's
to your
penis
opponents.
enlargement fund, because perhaps he would be able to finally act rationally.
All right,
Yeah.
let's let Grace in here too, and then we'll ask that next question shortly, guys.
Connor, Connor,
I
do
think
you
Connor
know?
deserves a response to after.
Do you know why they didn't bomb Tokyo? Do you know why?
Well, I mean, I would presume it's because they were already doing the firebombing, but you can give me your answer.
Yeah,
your
they're-
mic's a little bit hot. I'll just let you know. It's just a little.
whose?
Yours, Grace. It's just a little
Oh.
bit.
Just back it
yeah.
off.
Is that
The
better?
preamp is a little loud. Yeah, if you
All right.
you could probably just back up a little. All right, go ahead.
I mean, like the bombs were intended as a demonstration, and over half of the city of Tokyo had been destroyed by firebombs, and 100,000 civilians were dead. So we wanted to show off our new toys. Bombing something we had already bombed to smithereens wouldn't really be effective now, would it?
So the point that I'm making is that I doubt Hiroshima and Nagasaki were the most densely populated civilian centers, and I could go ahead and take a look and see if there was any military target there. But Ben,
by the way,
I'd like to finish. So one of my
you've said that to
frustrations with
many
this
ladies.
is Ben has brought up, I have two boys, and I'm not going to tell them to join the military, but if they did, I would be proud. So Ben, you've appealed over and over and over again, like, don't send my boys to die, don't send my boys to die, don't send my boys to die. You've said that probably half a dozen times. Well,
Yes.
The logic at the end of World War II was identical. We didn't have 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a day or an hour to allow Japan to waffle on whether or not they wanted to surrender, because American boys were dying every single second. And then not just that, but effectively, there was a attempted military coup weeks before, when the emperor said that he was going to surrender. The military said, no, we don't want to surrender. We want to keep fighting. We want the Americans to come. So the fact that you're just saying, oh, well, the presidents at the time, through the fog of war, they should have just known. They should have just known that it was going to end up where they were going to surrender. I think that it just cuts into your earlier appeals to your boys.
Okay, so do you believe that the use of nuclear weapons, which are considered weapons of mass destruction, which almost every nation has pledged to rid the human race of, actually makes sense in certain contexts? So you're
yeah.
okay, so you're in favor of the use of nuclear weapons
In certain contexts, yeah. I think you are in certain contexts.
No,
if
I am
aliens invaded the world and they were on the verge of genociding the human race, I think you would be okay with the use of nuclear weapons.
Not nuclear weapons, not biological weapons, not chemical weapons. And I stand with the entire world in saying that. They should be obliterated. And actually, all modern warfare should be ended in favor of political resolutions to problems. Modern warfare is too deadly and destructive. There is never a winner, always a loser. And the loser of this latest thing is going to be the state of Israel. I guarantee you, I would bet any amount of money, in 20 years, there will be no state of Israel. It is on a death spiral.
I don't think you're going to be alive in 20 years, but I'll take that bet. You want to do like $20 or like 100?
Sure.
Like 2045, Ben Thorp and Connor, we have a $100 bet.
Sure.
And we could adjust it for inflation to whatever is equivalent, because hopefully the dollar is still worth something. 20 years from now, in 2045, what is it? No, October 19th, 2045. If the state of Israel does not exist, I will pay you $100 adjusted for inflation.
Why don't you just say $100?
Okay.
I mean, he was trying to be charitable, right?
Yeah, no, it's all good. All right, now this is a month, but we're gonna ask the next question. Thanks everybody for the super chats. Keep them coming in, and we're gonna keep doing our best to answer them. So Turbo Jerko, I think I got the vibe going through the chat that they are against Israel. I just want to be sure here because they're very vague. Yeah, they were not allowed to leave. Yeah, so I'm just searching here just to be sure. Turbo Jerko says 60K plus, 85% are civilian according to Israel. I think they are talking about casualties potentially. They're saying 85% are civilian. I'm not sure. Turbo Jerko, maybe you could clarify in the live chat.
Sorry, that's a stat that a friend of the channel, Doobie, has shared with me. Those are the people that they actually have like idents for. And what I mean by that is like they have their picture, their name, their biographical data, et cetera, et cetera. So the 14,000 or the 20,000 estimate is effectively like the people that they don't have bio data on, the 87% or the 13% or whatever. Those are the people that they're like 100%. We know this is a guy who works for / fights for Hamas.
Okay, Connor, how did the vast majority of people in Gaza die?
Probably aerial bombing, if I had to guess.
Okay, aerial bombs. So you send a U.S.-made plane with bombs to bomb an area, and then what happens to the plane?
The plane is fine and returns to base.
Okay, right. So where did they get? Where? At what point in that do they count up the number of whatever term you use? Idents. They don't.
Well, hold on. I don't think you know what you're arguing. The Israeli military, for the 87% stat, they're saying that they verified like 13% of the identities of the people. But that would be an argument to your side, saying that only 13% of the people killed in the conflict are military, like Hamas related people. But what I'm saying is that that's like a very myopic understanding of the data.
But by the way, how is your research going on how fantastically enthusiastic the Iraqis are about how their nation has been treated since the 1990s?
Well, number one, that's like the third time you've misrepresented what I said, but I don't think I give a shit anymore.
Better. You said better. How much better it is.
I found stats that said that around 70% of the population basically thought they were the same or better off than under Saddam. So,
okay.
All right, let's ask the next question here. Not much of a question. Turbo Jerko says, moderator, be a man. Oh, I didn't want to have to do this on stream, guys. Oh my goodness. All right. All right, no, we're not doing that. Be a man. I'm not sure. Maybe Turbo Jerko wasn't too pleased with some of the chaos on the panel. I thought, like I said, well, it was a lot of fun. And luckily, and it's most important on my end, I could hear everybody. Even when you guys were interrupting each other, I could hear what everybody was saying. So,
well, I pulled this up while we were yapping. So Hiroshima and Nagasaki, can I address why they were chosen? were large, strategically important military and industrial cities that had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, allowing U.S. to effectively assess the new weapon's destructive power. Hiroshima served as the headquarters of the Japanese Second Army and a major port, while Nagasaki was a key industrial and port city. So what I would say is that your guys' argument that they didn't have any military relevance and it was solely chosen to maximize civilian death, that's not borne out.
Of course, every city has relevance. A city is going to have industrial centers. I mean,
do you think like Barstow is as militarily important as Miami?
I know I'm not familiar with Barstow.
Okay, I think you know the answer is no. I think you're being obtuse.
Okay, I guess I know Barstow.
I literally have
You're
no
right.
idea what Barstow is. I don't know.
That kind of goes to my point, don't you think? Maybe
Yes, we're
maybe
TikTok
Omaha.
people. We only learn anything.
Do you think
TikTok. I got a
Omaha,
master's degree in
Nebraska
TikTok. I
is
have a
as
master's in
strategically as
TikTokery.
important as
You're
New York
such a
City or
fucking
Miami?
Smarmy asshole.
Well,
You're
it's
just
because
like
you're wrong
Destiny.
and I'm right.
You're just
so-
like Destiny.
well,
You're just like Destiny.
not really. I'm 6'4",
Such an
but
obnoxious prick.
okay, hold on. So I'll ask the question again, though. Do you think Omaha, Nebraska is as militarily significant or commercially significant as New York, Miami, or San Diego or Los Angeles?
Perhaps, I don't know.
I think you know.
There could be nuclear arsenals there. I don't know.
Okay, I think you know.
But what is your point? So Barstow is Hiroshima and
The reason
New
that
York
we
is
hit those two
Tokyo.
targets
We already
is
hit Tokyo. We already went
we
over
hadn't
this.
hit them before, so we get to maximize our display of our racist and genocidal, although not technically in the sense of wiping out people, but genocidal use of this weapon, which was totally unnecessary. You love it. I can understand that.
It was
I
not
think
totally unnecessary. It was to push the Japanese into an unconditional surrender.
Totally unnecessarily that we could have done it without any
And not just that. You guys made an assertion which is incorrect, which was that they were solely chosen for their ability to maximize civilian casualties. However, as we just read, there were military and commercial reasons for why those cities were selected. We just read that.
But the
Just like
primary,
when,
well, whatever.
just
okay.
like when you were proven wrong about the polling in Iraq, you just hand wave it away.
I
Why
hope
don't you
when the
concede
nukes come,
that?
I hope when the nukes come, they land on Connor, so we can say that he's the big.
Why
asshole.
don't you concede?
I hope they
the
land right on
points?
his fucking head.
Why don't you concede
Well-
both of those points?
Well,
should.
and
He can
here's
tell
the
us-
thing.
He can tell us how humane
I
it is.
will.
Because I
will
believe he should get
concede
targeted.
that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not chosen purely for civilians, but I think that was the primary purpose.
Well,
The-
I think it's fine to kill hundreds of thousands of civilians.
Well, and by the way, I live in Central Florida, so I'm not very high up on the nuke list. So there's probably like 10 or 20 other cities that are going before I go.
All right, well, let us carry on.
Baller.
Basil Problem has had a real problem here at Modern Day Debate. We're not sure what the fascination is, but do you think James' PhD in psychology is a real PhD? Can you link to his thesis? I'm pretty sure that James had already responded to you way earlier, Basil, so you'll have to review the live chat and then do your own research. It won't hurt. Don't worry. You'll feel better afterwards, all right? Turbo Jerko sent in another $2. Thank you so much, Turbo Jerko. Reminder to our audience. Actually, before I remind the audience, I'm just going to reach out to the panel and say thanks again for answering all the questions and hanging out with us at Modern Day Debate. We got quite a few more questions to go, so if anybody wants to take a step out, if you need to use the restroom or grab yourself a drink, now would be a good time, and I can do just a little bit of housekeeping. So speak now or forever hold your pee.
Yeah,
All right.
same.
Excellent. No
I
worries.
appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. We're about halfway through.
Lightweights.
Oh, well,
Weak.
well, we can't, not all of us are used to the catheter, all right? All right. So let's see if I got any that are just for you guys, if I can. Yeah, I got one here if I run out of time. So, quick reminder to our audience, while everybody's just having a quick little intermission, just so that they're cozy and comfortable while we answer your questions. So keep those questions coming in, and we will get to them. And keep hanging out in the live chat and letting your thoughts be heard. We do like hearing from you guys, seeing you guys all engage with each other and debate. That's fun. During housekeeping,
Ryan.
what's going on?
Wait, quick question. Are we going to give closing statements after the questions?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, just wondering.
No worries. Yeah, no, I usually do them at the end of the Q&A just because,
Okay,
sometimes you get some more things out on the table.
Yeah,
Sometimes some of the biggest firework moments happen during Q&A. So there's still time for all kinds of crazy shenanigans. So once again, if you're hanging out in the live chat, take a moment to smash the like button, help boost us up in the algorithm. Share this out in the spaces that you like having these discussions. It's been interesting for sure. But yeah, and then lastly, while we're trying to pad for time here for our speakers to come back, we have our tickets for DebateCon 6 linked in the live description right now. So if you head on over to the details of this YouTube video, you're going to see our events page there. You can purchase your tickets there for DebateCon 6. It's going to be in Nashville. That's on November 15th, 16th. Right now we have 2-day tickets starting at $239. We have early registration discount going on. So if you haven't already checked out the link, do check that for sure. And you can also help with our crowdfund. We appreciate that as well, in which case you can get other perks like a signed picture from the debaters that are going to be present at DebateCon or your favorite speaker. So without further ado, our panel is back, and we're going to keep asking your questions. So keep them coming in live chat. We appreciate you guys. Thank you once again for tuning into Modern Day Debate. All right, back to it. All right, so props to the Thorps for standing against genocide. That's from Duvid.
Oh, yeah, I know Duvid.
Thank you.
All right, so Duvid says, Ben, should the U.S. also cut ties with Duvid?
I don't know what ties there are.
Well,
But he shouldn't be on welfare now.
Duvid, what does he know? All right, Dr. James Coons wrote, this is from Even Lord 7825. So for $10, they say Dr. James Coons wrote his doctorate paper from Austin State University. The paper is called The Effects of Mindful Meditation on Stress, Resilient, and Work Family School. Don't slander Dr. James' name. All right, Turbo Jerko says Ben is right. We're not sure what you write about, but Turbo Jerko was a fan at the time. So thanks for letting us know, Turbo Jerko. Caledonian Elixir 4702 says, what does Israel destroy? And what does Israel destroy? Desalination plants, wells, hospitals, IVF clinics, schools. That is not destroying Hamas, but rather civilian habitation. Allegations of genocide is not based on numbers alone. So I'll hand that over to you, Counterpoints, or Garrett. Go ahead if you want the.
I'm just unmuting myself.
No worries.
Yeah, I think that up until the 20-point peace plan, the case against Israel trying to achieve ethnic what do we call it, the displacement. I think that case was probably pretty well substantiated. However, genocide, what's interesting about the genocide definition, even the UN definition, is that once you start going down into those sub definitions of like destroying whole or in part by rendering conditions unlivable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, there's a specific subcategory and description right there. Let's talk about food and water. I think that if we effectively saw, because we've been warned about starvation probably over the past 90 days more aggressively than we've ever been warned about starvation. And so if I had seen a 200K, 400K jump in casualties related to basically indirect causes of war, then I would probably change teams. And I would be like, oh, yeah, this is a genocide. But as long as the casualty stats stay around, like, I don't know, 69,000 direct.
How many children would be okay with you to be decimated and destroyed?
That's not the argument, Ben.
How many? Just how many? It's right now about 30,000 children. What do you think? What
are the age groups of those children, Ben? Do you know? Or are you just using the word?
A child is someone under the age of 18. Okay. So what numbers of dead children might stimulate you to no longer enthusiastic?
So if we start talking about children, so I don't like dead kids, Ben. I think you probably know that. I think you're just being.
I don't think you like it. I think you love it. I think you love dead children. You've proven that because it makes you feel like a man. Probably when you went to go tinkle, you cried. That's why it took you extra long, because you have a devastating experience of taking your penis out. I don't know how killing dead children makes that better. I think the chat should rally and support a penis enlargement program for Connor so he can get over his problem and stop advocating for the death and genocide of children.
Listen, I can't. I can't. Are we talking about girth or length? Because I don't think I could really do either. Right. But anyways,
here I am joking in the live chat.
We agree.
I just leave mine out the window. Yeah, I'm sorry that you have to see that, Daniel.
Anyways,
Daniel.
the point is though.
Okay, we'll get back.
If you actually wanted to get into the nitty gritty, like if you weren't somebody who was, crying about how much I love dead kids, then talking about my penis length as if those were correlated at all.
Yeah.
Then I would get into combatants. I would get into training. I would get into, Hamas militarizing their teenagers in order to become combatants. But I don't think you're interested in that. I think you just want me to pretend.
Every Palestinian baby is a terrorist, right? Kill them while they're young.
That's not what I said. I think that's not what I said. I think you just like making shit up.
Point. It's perfect. You want the IDF money. You're not getting paid for the lies that you spout. So why don't you just go full Hasbara? Every Palestinian is a future terrorist. Do you know what they teach in their schools? Come on, let's do it. Death to America, death to America, death to Israel, right?
I mean, we could probably, if you weren't being a clown,
you got to do the Hasbara. You got to do it.
If you stopped being a clown, then yeah, we could probably take a look at it. But I don't think you're interested in taking a look at it, so it's fine.
All right, let's carry on. Oh my, the things I hear. Let's carry on. Thanks, guys. Let's see. Thanks to Turbo Jericho and all of other super chatters. I'm just scrolling down, getting to the right one here. So Isa Kabir says, Ben and Grace, do you feel the U.S. should be a superpower? Grace, if you would like to jump in here.
I don't really know how to answer that question. Do I think the U.S. should be a superpower? I don't think we should be the world police. I think we should be isolationist largely.
I think we should be a superpower, doing good, making policies and laws that make sense, restoring the family, restoring our culture and civilization, and stopping with the racism and ultra violence that these two men are espousing. That is incompatible with our values as a basically Christian country and a country which believes that people have the right to govern themselves. But these guys don't care. They take an oath, but it only applies to us. And Connor himself said the United States should run the entire world. That's all empires that try to do that. And ours is going to certainly soon end with our endless wars, which he's welcome to fight. I think he should go to Israel and join the IDF.
Okay, so trying to cut to something that just kind of proves that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So when's the last time that, and by the way, this is not a justification of what Israel is doing in Gaza, but I think you probably know the answer to this question. When was the last time that the Gazan Palestinians had an election?
They were allowed to have an election in, I think it was 2007, in which they elected Hamas.
And what's happened since then?
Subsequently, they had been put under siege and not allowed, like they were punished for electing who they elected.
So actually Hamas, according to you, or at least by inference, you're saying that Hamas is actually open to elections right now. They want to, they just can't. Israel won't let them.
I don't think Hamas is in a position to run elections. No.
Okay. I think this is, I really only have like ableist slurs to use, so I'll skip it. I think this is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard recently. I think that for the past 19 to 20 years that Hamas has not allowed elections within their country. And I think you also know that what I'm saying when I say that I support republicanism, that I support Americanism, that I support our political project, it's not that I want you, Ben Thorp, an American citizen, to lord over the Palestinian people. What I want to happen is I want to work with the Palestinian people who are interested in republicanism, who are interested in freedom, who are interested in democracy, and I want to embolden them to overthrow their oppressors who, while that could be considered
as defined
Israel.
by you.
I think it's
always.
also considered Hamas. Yeah, because I believe
Okay.
that representative mixed economy capitalist democracy
Right.
is the
We need
best
Donald-
goddamn system on
We
earth.
need
And
Donald
the fact
Trump
that
and
you
Tony
don't,
Blair
I
to
think you're
teach
kind of a
the
pussy.
darkies. We need Donald Trump and Tony Blair to teach the darkies how to run their own government.
I think that authoritarian theocracy is pretty bad no matter who does it. So, yeah, I think that republicanism is a preferable form of governance, which is actually weird because that's kind of like the whole predicate of like the 20th century of the United States of America is like the predicate that communism, authoritarian communism sucks ass, that fascism sucks ass, that jihadist theocracy sucks ass. But you seem to just think that it's arbitrary. Actually, you know what? If there's fascists in Germany, who gives a fuck? If there's communists in Soviet Russia, who gives a fuck? No skin off of your ass. If there's communists in Southeast Asia, who gives a fuck? No skin off of your ass. And you know what?
Right.
Here's the thing that I'll say, Ben. You're a fucking pussy, okay? You want to talk all this shit about who I am and what I do and all
What
that
is
kind of
this
shit?
communism
You're a fucking
talking
pussy.
point?
You're a
It's
fucking
not
pussy.
1982
All
anymore.
you've
Why
done,
is this
all you've done is
communism
you fucking
talking
cried about your boys going to fucking war, and then you said, "Oh, but don't drop
I
the
care about my
bombs. I don't
children."
want to save my boys from the war." You're pusillanimous.
Okay.
You don't know what the fuck you're
Okay.
talking about.
Okay, hold on. Just hold on a second. I get it. You're upset. Now,
No, I'm not upset. You're
no,
just
okay, you're not.
fucking
Okay, you're not
annoying.
upset. You're not upset. Okay.
All
you're
right,
not
so let's get to the point.
Wait,
He's
can I
accused you of
just
having a
respond?
uterus.
Can I just
Uh,
respond?
no,
You don't see there
no.
as being any problem with a foreign government running a Palestinian state for them until they can learn and be re-educated, because that's your 20-point plan.
We did
Donald
that for the
Trump's
Japanese
20-point
and for
plan.
the Germans. Do you have a problem with
so-
it then, Ben?
Okay, so I can't finish my point. You don't
No,
see
because
any
your point is
problem.
fucking retarded, Ben. So did we
That's
do
a
that for
great-
the Germans?
You know what? That's great. Why don't you?
Did
just
we
say
do
all
that for the
time saying,
Germans,
You're
Ben?
retarded.
No, you
You're
wanted my
stupid."
attention. You wanted my undivided attention.
I
You wanted
asked
me
you
to
a
spurg
question.
out. You wanted your clips. Here's your clip. Did we do that for the Germans, Ben? The
We
answer is
largely
yes. Are
allowed
they
the-
white, Ben? The answer is yes. Did we do this for the Japanese, Ben? The answer is yes. So stick your fucking shitty, fucking retarded, ahistorical, illiterate, fucking alcoholic, pot-smoking, dipshit fucking perspective and jam it up your fucking ass. No,
Okay,
you're
I'm not
happy
your
now,
daddy,
Ben.
Connor.
You're
I'm not
happy
your
because
daddy,
I
but if I
finally
was,
gave you
I'd
the
kick
attention
your
that your
fucking
dad
little
never gave you.
ass.
You're fucking
Okay?
happy right
So,
now.
There is
Talking about my
everybody
dick.
so-
Can
Shut
you
the fuck
try
up.
to? I
Fucking
get
loser.
it. Daddy issues. I get it. Daddy issues.
All right,
Okay.
all right, guys.
Can I-
Let's-
I love my dad.
I-
My dad loves me. I have
Can I
a
make
great
a
family. Go
substantive
fuck
point?
yourself,
I'm
you
sure.
fucking loser.
All right, I
You
did
make
jump in
sweet
with the
love every
slight
night,
derail.
and he tells
because
you
we-
how big your penis
Hold
actually
on.
is.
Hold on.
You're the one who brought it up.
Wait 2 seconds there, gents. I do want to move on with the questions. That's why I did have that little interlude there to try to push us out. But let's just try to take a chance here. Let's give each other a space to get a clear thought out.
Just a little point. Okay, so in Germany and in Japan, you had a war against a nation in which you had unconditional surrender and you completely invaded both of those nations. Of course, there's going to be a transitional period. That's not the situation in Gaza nor in the West Bank. So they can
That
rule
changes
themselves.
nothing about what I
And they're
said.
ready to do that. And another thing I'll add about Hamas is more than ready to transfer power to the Palestinian people as a whole. And you know, this idea that like they're whatever it is, your Islamophobic fantasy that they're
Ben, you're a fucking liar.
Theocratic,
I could just go onto Twitter
neo-Nazis.
right
It's
now
not
and I could
true.
find them executing 40 Palestinians today. You're either
Yeah,
lying
you
or
can-
you're an idiot, and I don't
and
really
you
care
can
to
go
find out
and
which
you can
one.
go to Texas and you can go to Texas and you can
I
see
can go to
people getting
Texas and I can
executed.
find 40 people being executed in Texas.
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about, Ben?
The United States of America practices the death penalty. Yes.
And you think that's akin to Hamas taking 40 random civilians, lining them up in the street and shooting them in the back of the head? You think the death penalty is equivalent to that?
I believe that is what the death penalty looks like
You're
in
a
a
fucking
situation
idiot,
like
Ben.
that.
You're dumb.
Okay, that's your only point. You're a dum-dum. Okay.
No,
hold it up. Say,
Ben,
I
you just made a
don't like
really
you,
bad
you're a
argument.
dum-dum.
You just said that the American death
I'm trying to
penalty,
make points. All
with
you say
20
is you're a
years of
dum-dum, you're
appeals and
retarded.
hundreds of thousands or
You're
millions
a
of dollars
TikTok.
put into the justice system, the presumption of innocence before guilty, you said that's the equivalent of lining up 40 random civilians in Palestine and shooting them in the back of the head. You just said that
Do you think
Hamas is happy to turn over power to the Palestinian people. What the
Yes.
fuck evidence do you have for that perspective, Ben?
they've said that?
Oh, amazing. Okay. All right. I'm good.
Well,
Thank
they've
you.
followed through on everything they've said, unlike the Israelis.
I'm okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
let's ask the next question. Thank you so much, guys.
Continue to hydrate. Yeah.
All right, so hold on now. So Turbo Jerko says there are 34 countries in North America. Now I did look this up, and what I got back was 23, but you know,
The Caribbean is considered part of it. That's why.
various Caribbean nations. It says Canada, United States, Mexico, of course. It says 23, so I'm not sure what the extra.
Well, Connor can help you
11 is?
because he thinks the United States of America is a continent. So, I mean,
Notice
he-
how you can't refute a single one of my fucking points. The only thing that you have is misspeaks. You have like 2 misspeaks over the course of 4 hours. You can't address a single fucking thing I've said.
They get right under your skin, don't they?
Ooh, no. not
Hydrate
really.
more. Drink up. Drink
All
up.
right,
boy.
all right.
Daddy
This
wants
is
you to take a
water.
Drink. Drink it. You're drying up.
Stop trying.
Okay.
He's unnecessarily. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Good
no
boy.
problem.
Good boy. Good.
Here,
boy.
we'll just all drink in unison.
Stay
How does that
hydrated,
feel?
Connor.
There, Ben, you feel like you're in control now, right? Now that you can say,
Yeah.
drink,
You
drink,
can see
drink,
he's a sub. He's a
drink,
sub.
my pretties.
He's a
drink.
gay sub.
All right, get out of there. All right,
Our
Carl
foreign
Slagan
policy
says. All
perfectly.
right, shush. All right, Carl Slagan says, from the river to the sea. Actually, I should read this in the reverse. It says, from the window to the walls is greater than from the river to the sea.
Agreed.
Okay, thoughts on the panel?
I don't. Is that a reference to the song? I'm actually. Oh, okay.
No thoughts on your end there, Ben?
I don't know the reference.
Oh, no worries. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not entirely sure from the windows to the walls.
I'll have to go on TikTok, which I do constantly, apparently, and find out what it means.
Well, hold on. What's going on exactly here? Counterpoints. You were the first to answer. So what's?
Oh my God, it's a Little John fucking reference. That's all it is. It's a hip hop lyric. It's like from the windows to the walls till the sweat drags down my balls. It's just a hip hop reference. That's all it is.
Oh man,
It's a hip hop song. It's saying the hip hop song is better than the Palestinian war cry. All it was a meme. It's okay. We don't have to be that deep about it.
Relax, Connor.
thank you. All right, we were just.
Don't tell me what to do.
But
Drink more. Drink more. You're
I've
gonna
been on
cry
my
out.
best
Will
behavior
you-
for you twats all fucking night. But you're right.
Oh, thank
I'm
you so
running out of it.
much. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
All
much.
right. Let's stop trying to trigger everybody. everybody's just taking their
I'm just
jabs
concerned
here.
for his health.
Oh,
Dude, I can hear you
also
breathing
taking
because you
jabs.
keep choking down cigarettes and joints.
All right.
Oh, now these are marijuana. Okay, yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Unless you're- unless you're an
I prefer
alcoholic,
that they
then.
Forgot to
were
mention
because
my
we can
crack
hear your
pipe.
fucking emphysema.
You forgot to mention my crack pipe and my needles.
Your
I don't give a
alcoholism,
fuck.
Dad.
Okay,
They're all, yeah,
we can hear you breathing.
I forgot. Daddy
Beer.
is a meanie.
All
Daddy
right, we
does
got
drugs.
another
Daddy hurt
question.
me.
Hold on, I don't want to keep putting you on mute because it's not going to feel fair after a while, but it is fair because you're being bad. Anyways, yeah, no, I don't know anybody who drinks beer and smokes pot. That's for sure. I wouldn't know myself if I saw him. Alejandro Vera says, I'm not shocked that Counterpoints doesn't know the definition of a genocide. Genocide has nothing to do with numbers. It has to do with intent. So this is from Alejandro.
Okay, I don't think Israel has the fucking intent in order to commit a genocide.
They have the intent to ethnically cleanse. Can you admit that?
Yep.
Okay.
So
then
you
we should send
disagree
them
with
money.
you disagree with genocide scholars who have said overwhelmingly, yes, it does meet the definition of genocide, but you just don't like the definition of the word genocide. So
No, I like it fine. I think I just understand.
you just
it.
disagree with the definition of it.
Yeah, okay. So the UN definition of genocide has subcategories relevant to everything in part. I mean, if you want to pull it up, we can pull it up. I mean, fuck it. We're here anyways, right? So the UN
I know that.
definition of genocide is long and fucking annoying, but it says
You're a victim of a definition
The definition contained in Article 2 of the Convention describes genocide as a crime committed with the intent to destroy a nation, ethnic, racial, or religious group in whole or in part. It does not include political groups or so-called cultural genocide. But I also understand that there's like the means and all that bullshit like underneath. So, oh yeah, here we go. Killing members of the group, Okay. The Israelis have killed Palestinians. That's true. Causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to members of the group. I think that the Israelis have done that. Deliberately inflicting on the group can get conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. I would argue that blowing up 80% of the buildings within Gaza could probably be argued as a component of subcomponent 3. However, with subcomponent 3, if you actually go to the UN and if you actually listen to the people who talk about genocide, they're talking about food and water on top of shelter. And so as a result, if the Israelis are still providing food and water, which is arguable, but arguably the casualty stats would bear out differently if they weren't providing food and water. And so as a result, they haven't met the threshold for 3. Impose measures intended to prevent births within the group. Well, that's not true. Palestinians have had a positive birth rate for the past like fucking 50 years. And then forcibly transferring children to the group to another group, they're also not engaged in that in a large scale. So no, I'm sorry.
So you don't think the Israelis have been promoting birth control and abortion among Palestinians?
You think that Israel giving condoms and birth control to Palestinians is equivalent to imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group as a subcomponent of genocide?
Yes, just like people like you give them out to blacks because you don't want them around.
I think you're a lay person who is not reading the subcomponents of the definition.
Eugenics goes hand in hand. Are you not aware of the history of Planned Parenthood?
Holy shit, I wish Margaret Sanger did fucking more so I wouldn't have this conversation with you.
Okay, so you're into killing babies.
No, I'm into your parents using protection so you don't exist in a different timeline.
Margaret Sanger was a proponent of eugenics and the use of
that was my joke.
As eugenics.
Yeah, that Margaret Sanger was the basis of the joke I just made.
I am a black man, yes.
Okay.
And I'm alive in spite of people like you. That's right.
All right.
My people been persecuted.
Let's ask that next question. Thanks, Ben. And thank you, Counterpoints. Let's try to get Garrett and Grace in here too, though. You know, they're hanging out. Let's see. That was from Alejandro, so thank you so much for that. So Kristen Ramirez says, CP. I'm so sorry, Counterpoints. You're getting so many questions. Maybe we'll just give CP a little break for a second here. Big League Drew, we'll come back to you, Christy. Don't worry. Big League Drew says, are current Israelis actual Semites? I'm going to hand this over to you, Garrett and Grace, and get your thoughts just to give these guys a little headspace.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, Garrett, you're muted, or we couldn't hear you. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm not going to say I'm an expert on anything here, but I'm pretty sure that if you want to talk about who's a Semite, the Palestinians are equally, or if not more so, Semitic than most of the Jews in Israel. Maybe not the Mizrahi or whatever Counterpoints was saying, but certainly of the Ashkenazi, which are 70%. If you want to talk about Semitic, which I think is the phenotype or whatever, it definitely that applies to the Palestinians far more than the Israelis. So are the Israelis Semitic? Somewhat, obviously. Some of them are. Or
but anti-Semitism is a euphemism for anti-Jewish.
Yeah.
It's a word that doesn't make any sense, but
yeah, it would apply to the Palestinians far
all
more.
of the people in that region are Semitic people.
Yeah.
The European Jews are not Semitic people.
Right.
Let's ask the next question. Let's see here. Thank you so much. Turbo Jericho said moderator redeemed himself. I take it back. Well, thank you so much. All right. Basil Problems. We'll get back to the one there for you. Counterpoints in a second. Basil Problem says modern day debate. Does Dr. Coons share a home in Las Vegas with Kash Patel? Do they spot each other? What a silly question. I don't know. Anytime I've ever seen Kash Patel, he looks like, you know how everybody has that one friend that's lactose intolerant and for whatever reason they eat cheese anyways. Yeah, Kash Patel just always looks like he's holding in a dangerous fire. I don't think anybody wants to stand behind him while he does a squat. I think you're in a very dangerous place if you're doing that. So, all right, we're going to get serious again. Christy Ramirez says, Counterpoints, please explain the $21 billion in military aid since October 7th as a rushed loan, which will probably be forgiven, they said. And not to mention the $2 billion it cost to bomb Iran in one night alone. For what? Regime change? They're asking what it's for.
Yeah. So effectively before October 7th, 2023, I think that if you take a look at it, we've been providing Israel between $3.2 and $3.8 billion every single year. That's largely in order to incentivize them in order to buy Western style security products. So it doesn't necessarily mean offensive weaponry. It could also be armored trucks. It could be guns. It could be lasers. It could be lights. It could be drone tech. It could be this. It could be that. Because we're trying to integrate as much of our military industrial complex along with the Israelis. When it comes to the $15 to $21 billion loan to Israel, I don't know. I don't really give a fuck. I'm pretty sure that's just the United States virtue signaling that we support Israel. That's probably all that is effectively a virtue signal.
Wait a second. You don't give a fuck. You're here to debate that that's a good idea. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that Israel probably could have taxed and paid for the war themselves. But I'm saying I already said that earlier in the debate, Grace. I already said that. So anyways.
Why don't you give a fuck about the aid that we're giving if you're here to debate that we're supposed to give them aid? I don't understand.
I would have to explain like a lot. I would have to explain like how fiat currency works and also how our congressional representatives work.
Just drop it, Grace. I don't want to hear any of his fucking explanations or anything.
Oh,
well, now I have
I just think
to.
it's a basic point to make.
So with
the fucking guy,
no, don't worry, I got it.
You don't give a fuck. If you say I don't give a fuck about the aid
Ben.
we gave to Israel when we're here to debate, and you're saying we should have given that aid and should give more to Israel, it kind of seems like a losing argument. But
it kind of seems like you just make up whatever fucking position is convenient to you without actually listening to what's being said. But I'll go. No. Now that your father doesn't want to hear the explanation, now I want to give the explanation.
I was going to say, he's been baited at this point, so we got to
We are on, since the 1970s, we're on a fiat currency, which means that our money is no longer backed by a commodity. It's backed by the entire economic activity and commodities of the United States of America. So we can print money whenever the fuck we want. Also, what's going on is $20 billion or $15 billion. Well, it sounds a lot to you or me because we make less than $100K a year. It's actually almost fucking nothing. It's piss in the ocean. I'm pretty sure $6 billion is 0.16% of the federal budget. And that's why I called it a virtue signal, because this is not going to be what capsizes the debt machine of the United States government. So a bunch of fucking senators and congressmen wanting to virtue signal to Israel. It's no skin off of my ass. I don't give a fuck.
Thank you so much.
We're not here to debate whether you think it's not a big deal in the grand
prompt
scheme
of the debate,
things.
Grace, because you've said the wrong thing 3 or 4 times, is whether or not we should continue to have a working relationship with Israel, which includes financial aid, which I still agree with.
No, that's not the
then
topic.
Give me the prompt.
You're restructuring it. The prompt is: should the U.S. cut off from giving aid to Israel?
And the answer is
not
no.
about whether we should maintain a working business relationship.
Well, I mean, that's what the aid is.
When you bring up aid and you
the
say,
answer
well, it's
to the
not
prompt
that much
directly
aid,
is also no.
That's not really an answer. That's not really an answer.
The answer to the prompt is no. And I've argued it 6 to 12 times tonight. I've been quite clear.
No, but my point is when a chat asked about $20 billion going
I don't think Israel needed it. I think it was a virtue signal.
You're arguing against your own stance. You realize that?
No, I'm not for cutting the
signal.
$3.8 or $3.2 billion of annual aid that we normally give. I'm not for that, which is part of the prompt
as well. But you're against the aid. Okay, so just answer this question: are you against the $20 billion we've sent since
I'm
October
ambivalent,
7th?
Which I've also said 3 times.
But if you had to pick one, was it a good idea or a bad idea?
I don't think Israel needs it. We probably could have kept that cash.
So you're not even supporting your own stance. We win. You don't think we should?
You don't understand words, Grace. That's not my fault.
You may say we should send
Read
them
the prompt again.
$3.8 billion a
Read
year.
the prompt again,
You're
Grace.
not in favor.
No, Grace. This isn't a W. It's not. Read the prompt. Read the prompt again. I'll give you a direct answer. It'll be one word.
It's okay.
Go ahead, read the prompt.
You just defeated your own argument.
No, I didn't. You're just saying that because you don't know what words mean, okay? Read the prompt again. I'll give you a one-word answer.
If we're arguing that Israel should cut off...
Read the prompt again. I'll give you a one-word answer.
If we are arguing that America should cut off aid to Israel, then looking back on our aid to Israel in the past and saying, was that worth it or not, would be helpful to determine whether we should continue giving them aid. When you look back at the aid we've given them for the last 2 years, you say, I don't think Israel needed it. Don't you think that would heavily incline you to say, that is an argument against your stance, dummy?
No.
That's why he doesn't work for the IDF, Grace. He doesn't understand all the points.
No wonder they're not paying you.
Hold
7K a
on.
photo. You're
You
not good at
fucking
this.
morons. You orangutans. You fucking 75 IQ subhuman dumbasses.
Okay,
Call us
calm down,
darkies.
buddy.
Call us darkies. Call us
Calm
Read
down, buddy.
the
Call us
prompt.
stupid baboons.
Read the prompt, and I will give you a one-word answer. It'll be amazing. Go ahead. You've already
not
read it
doing
twice.
this
Go
thing
ahead.
with
Read
you.
it a
You
third
already
time.
lost. We can move on to the next
No,
question.
we're not going to.
Connor,
I
you're the
insist.
He's
sub.
freaking
We're the
out,
dom.
dude.
You're the
Freaking
sub.
out.
I
You're the sub. We're the
insist.
dom.
I
We're the
insist that you read the prompt.
I insist that we move on to the next
Okay,
question.
moderator, I insist that you read the prompt.
All right, I'll entertain this so we can move on and so we
Ryan,
can get the point out.
stop.
Just let's do it. Should the U.S. cut ties with Israel?
My answer in one word is no. And that's not contradictory to anything I've said, Grace. The fact that you're acting like it's contradictory, okay.
But
Whatever.
you don't support
Just-
the aid we've sent them in the past 2 years.
Hold on, just to clarify, maybe Counterpoints puts himself in that group of people. I think they were like 19% that say like we could do a little less but still be involved. Maybe that's how you would classify yourself.
I actually think that that's a perfectly rational, insane take.
Okay, let's just move on from there then. I think we got clarification on that. Thanks everybody for your super chats. We'll just scroll down here. Yeah, I think we got to go back and get this one for you. There was one that we scrolled by. Oh yeah, Turbo Jericho said, "Ryan, are you a Marxist?" No. I'm sure that there's some ideas in there like about access to goods having influence on society, but as a grand idea, take the good, leave the bad, I guess. But no. Ultimately, no. Let's see. In Liberty and Guns We Trust, say Counterpoints. You said your worldview was that of the founding fathers. The founding fathers are against foreign entanglements.
That's bullshit. Hold on.
That's
That's total bullshit. That's bullshit. Hamilton was for a strong central government. Jefferson, I'm pretty sure it was fucking Jefferson. But we could double check. But within like 10 or 20 years, we were deploying Marines into the Mediterranean. It's utter fucking cope to pretend that the founding fathers were non-interventionists. Not even to mention the fact that the entire 19th century, we started as 13 colonies on the east coast of the United States. How do you think we got Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Nevada, California, the Pacific Northwest? Do you think that some of it was diplomacy, some of it we purchased, but do you think we got that through fucking pacifism and non-interventionism? Get the fuck out of here. You don't know what you're talking about, dipshit.
Wow, that's exciting.
All right, let's move on. We still got quite a few super chats to go through, and there's more and more that keep coming in. So we do appreciate our audience, and the panel does not seem to be losing any fiery strength. So we
Just make one point. There's no one tougher than an internet tough guy. It's just the tops. Internet tough guy.
You are like the fifth
Are the
retard
tops.
to say that to me. I'm 6'4".
Armchair-
I'm 230 pounds. I spent 4 years in the Marine Corps and 4 years in law enforcement. I'm a tough guy in real life too, Ben.
Okay. But right now you're an internet tough guy and you're killing it. You're also an armchair warrior.
All
which is
right,
all-
you're
Wait,
just trying.
Wait. If I actually did it, if I spent 8 years of my life walking the walk, how the fuck is it armchair? What the fuck are you talking about?
Let's just move on.
Oh,
to the
you're
next question
retarded.
if we can.
Again, amazing.
You're in an armchair right now.
All right, guys. We're done with you guys just trying to goad each other. Let's carry on. Michael Feldman says, "Why didn't Ben serve, or did he?"
I keep getting muted so many times. It's no problem. I deserve it. Did I
Damn
serve?
right you do. You're
Have I been in the
tonight.
military? No, I have not been in the military.
I'm just kidding.
I don't
We
support
appreciate
the
fire.
foreign. I don't support the foreign policy of the U.S. government. I don't believe we should be the government of the world.
Okay. Yeah, that was a personal question. So we'll just move on from there. Steve Saneed says, "What are Ben's thoughts on the Bosnian SS started by the Palestinian Arabs? Does he know Palestinians still idolize Hitler?"
Yeah, there is an interesting thing about Hitler that he is often, in a strange way, like identified as a hero by, I think a lot of people in Africa saw themselves as like part of his thing. I don't really get it, but I'm sure there are people who see him as the underdog and see themselves as the underdog.
Okay. Any thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on? Garrett, how are you hanging in? Oh, you're not able to be heard. I think your headset might not
Garrett, come on, get the mic working.
be.
Garrett, you're being low energy. Let's bring it.
Okay.
Switch your mic input or something.
So
Unplug your headphones.
So I can address it on behalf of our side or whatever.
That's why we haven't heard from him in so long.
Any idolization of Hitler as somebody who quote unquote resisted the Jews, I think is obviously fucking cringe and should be propagandized against.
All right. Well, Garrett, if you got to jump out of the call right quick and come back just to get the headset back up and running, that sometimes does the trick.
It should be working.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
there
you're
we go.
back. All right. Can we get some of your thoughts here? We haven't heard from you because I don't think things have been working for you. And I'm sorry we haven't noticed.
Garrett's aura farming. Let's go, Garrett.
I'm sorry. Could you please repeat it? I think I missed too much audio, and it's probably my fault.
Oh, were you not able to hear us as well?
If you could please repeat what was said.
Okay.
I don't remember, honestly. What was
I think it was technically brain dead for 5 or 10 minutes there. But
Well, so he says
We're back
the,
online.
The question
I was having problems with my headset, so
No worries. So they said, what are Ben's thoughts on the Bosnian SS started by the Palestinian Arabs? And does he know Palestinians still idolize Hitler?
I mean, that's not surprising to me, but it honestly, I have not heard this, so.
Fair enough. Let's ask the next question then, and we'll try to get some more over to you now that you got you back and running with your microphone. So sorry if I didn't notice that. Basil Problem says, "Great. I'm glad you're here with your great." Garrett, he said, "I'm really glad you're here with your great opinions." You should have stated what some of those were so we could talk about it. But you have a fan there. Basil Problem says,
I think it's being sarcastic, actually. But
maybe, I don't know, maybe Basil feels like you're jumping in at just the right time, and they're just, they're the
Garrett, I think you've been a calming presence for all of us, and I value it spiritually.
Maybe they find, they're harmonizing with you. All right.
Yeah,
So
we're
Basil
vibing.
Problem says, Grace, do you like to teach the world to sing? Buy them a Coke. What do you like the world to sing? To teach the
That's a
world to sing?
Coca-Cola jingle from the 70s.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Great.
I'd like
didn't-
to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to buy the world a Coke.
You've
keep
dated
it
yourself.
company. Interestingly enough, that song, so they went around, I think at the Olympics or something, and each national group was sang its traditional folk hymn, and the only thing Americans could come up with was a Coca-Cola jingle.
Was that not also the end of Mad Men, where the main guy, Don Draper or whatever, he's like a cynical ad salesman and he hangs out with hippies for like the last month, and I think he gets inspired in like the last 10 minutes of the series to write that jingle.
There you go. Let's get back on pace here, though. Interesting.
Probably
super
reading
chats
a
there.
book then.
Yes, that's what they wanted, I think. Even Lord says the reason why Nagasaki was A-bombed was because the original target, the cultural capital of Kyoto, had clouds that made it impossible for the mission.
I think that's true, yeah.
Kyoto. Yeah, sorry. I was going to say, what did I say wrong there?
Yeah, it was a secondary target, yeah.
Any other thoughts on the panel? Just want to carry on. All right. Basil Problem, thank you so much for your super chats there. Steve Sanid says, does Ben know there are Palestinians who have blue eyes and white skin, while half the IDF is darker than Tupac?
Yes, it's funny the way that racism works.
No thoughts.
It's really not based on skin color.
All right, Counterpoints has something to say. All right.
Dude, no, I was just going to say, I'm okay. I don't even feel required to defend against charges of racism, but even if I was, it has nothing to do with my line of argumentation. And guess what? I'm haha racist, meaning that I have lots of friends from various backgrounds and we banter with each other and we have fucking fun.
God.
I'm
The
not
I have black friends
I'm-
line. Okay.
Yeah, no, seriously. I have
yeah.
several black friends. They're
Yeah.
nice. I like them just fine. Okay.
It's the
So
it's
just-
classic, yeah.
Just out of fucking nowhere being
I listen to Michael
Connor,
Jackson. Yes, I get it.
Connor has an instinctive hatred of anybody of a different fucking racial category. Is
Sure, I listen
fucking
to rap
crazy.
music. I listen to the darkies on the radio.
Yeah, sure. I love T.I. I love Andre 3000. I love Outkast. I love a whole bunch of hip hop art. Absolutely.
Connor, you're lacking social skills. You realize that?
I don't think so at all. So
Okay.
I'm just wondering if these.
That's like a
info
trope. That's
had-
like a meme.
Why are you
No,
just trying to trigger Connor all night? All right, go ahead.
I listen to rap music when someone says you're racist is a meme. You realize that? You don't realize that.
no, I do realize it. I'm leaning into the meme. I don't care. I don't
This
give
is
a
where the
fuck.
social skills. Need
I
to
don't give
come
a
in.
fuck about your opinion about whether or not I'm racist because it has nothing to do with any of the arguments that I fucking made.
Do you not?
And
think
all the arguments that I
colonialism-
made were perfectly coherent. And you guys
Okay,
seem to
but
have
you
difficulty
saying that does
understanding
not
them.
mean that's true. You saying
What?
I'm not a racist does not mean you're not a racist.
Even if I was
I'm
racist,
saying-
it wouldn't fucking
Can I just ask
matter.
you a simple-
That's my point, Ben.
Can I ask you a simple question?
My point
Do
is,
you
even if
believe
I was
that-
the most Jacobian fucking analytical race realist motherfucker, it would have nothing to do with anything I said tonight.
Do you think that colonial projects, such as the one in the United States of America, were in some ways based on racism?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think that the state of Israel is a colonial project?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like 1 + 1 = 2, Connor.
Yeah, that's because you're dumb and you don't understand history. Because while it's a colonial,
you're
hold
a
on, hold on.
dummy.
No,
You're a
I'll
dummy.
explain it. I'll explain it. You're too dumb, but maybe the audience isn't. Israel and the Jewish people have an attachment to that land that stretches back 3,200 years to the Exodus from Egypt.
Oh, the land was promised to them 3,000 years ago argument.
No, that's
Connor.
not my point at fucking all. But what I'm saying is that
Trope after
when you
trope.
look, no, okay, I'll finish my point. Thank you. So when you look at the historical and ethno-religious histories of these people, I would argue that the Jews have as much of a claim to Israel as any other motherfucker. You know why? Because you say the Semitic people, this was actually a kind of an interesting anthropological point. You say that the Semitic people who are currently in Palestine are just as Semitic as the Jews. Do you know why the Muslim
Well,
Semites?
I
Do you know
didn't
the
say
Muslim? Do you know why the Muslim Semites of that area are Muslim? Go for a guess. Stab in the dark. Why are they Muslim?
Because they converted to Islam.
When? And why?
The Arabs converted in the 700s or 800s.
Okay. And why?
Why did they convert to Islam?
Yes. Was it?
Well-
Were they just all getting along to get along? Did they just think Islam was based?
There was an Arab
No,
conquest.
they were forced into it.
There was an Arab conquest.
Okay.
So what?
So the fucking moral frogging about how Israel is a
It's the social skills again.
European,
Moral frogging is
a
just
Europe.
lame.
Well, I want to call you the F slur, but that's homophobic. So, anyways,
Oh,
the
it's not even
whole
flogging.
thing
euphemism is
saying
less
that Europe
homophobic?
are
Is it
saying
more homophobic?
saying
All right.
no, frog is a term that's replacing a homophobic slur. But
Okay,
anyway,
why don't you say gay? You're a gay guy. You're a
no,
homosexual.
because I'm not trying to be homophobic. I'm saying that you
So
are
why are you using a
pretending-
euphemism for
moral frogging? Moral frogging means that I think that you're pearl clutching over moral offense that you actually do not have. I don't think you
So
think I'm
I
racist.
am into racism?
I don't think you think I'm racist.
absolutely.
I think you're
No, I
using
don't
it
think you're
as a
racist.
rhetorical
I know
argument.
You're a racist. You're
What's
a
that?
total racist. Yes, you're a racist.
Oh,
Obviously.
okay, you're retarded.
Wait,
Okay,
so
that's fine.
is
We can-
Connor wrong
I'm
because
retarded
he's
and gay.
Hold on,
That's
hold
what
on.
Ben,
You guys are just
Ben,
doing our big
I
mouth
mean-
here. Let's
is
let Garrett
I
out.
absolutely
do you think
you're a
do you
racist.
think
Yes.
Connor is wrong because he is racist?
Hold on, Ben. I put you on mute just for a second.
Yes, I'm not in favor of racism.
So you think Connor is wrong because you think he's racist?
Among other reasons, yes. I think Zionism is founded on racism. And he admitted that it's a colonial project, and colonial projects generally involve racism. And there's tons
Okay,
of racism.
see,
in
this is
early
the thing.
Zionist
It's like you're
literature.
so ignorant of history. I would borderline have to do a fucking thesis
I
paper
get
to
it.
prove how
I'm
wrong you
gay
are.
and
Do
retarded.
you think?
Okay,
do you think
whatever.
when the Greeks settled in ancient Italy, even though they were colonial projects, do you think those were racist projects?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's
They were
move on then. Let's move on. then.
imperial projects.
All right, we're gonna ask the next question. Let's. I mean, unless you really want to.
No, I don't. I don't want to talk about.
Connor's
I don't
gonna
want to
get
talk
that.
about the history
Take
of
a deep sip of water.
Greek colonization.
Just read the next question.
Maybe next
All right.
time.
There, I was gonna say, Ben, you're gonna make everybody have to run to the washroom. You keep talking like that. All right. Even Lord says, even Lord 7825 says the Thorps were fantastic and entertaining tonight. I beg you both to please continue debating. Well done, Mr. Connor, on carrying your side on your back. Oh well, even Lord.
Look at him. He's
Oh,
got his head in his
that
hands.
is just anti-Garrett-itism right there.
Hey,
I'm a
I
fan
love
of
Garrett for letting me throw elbows. Thank you, Garrett.
Garrett has been mogging the panel the entire time. He didn't even listen to half the debate. That's how cool he is.
Just
See, look-
No,
standing
I,
there
I've
with
been
your
listening.
We've
invisible
got to get
cape
Connor's head out
flapping
of
in
his
the wind.
hands. Connor, it's going to be okay. We love you.
All right.
I think Connor is.
I'm
very
sorry.
happy with
I
how the
started.
debate went,
I'm listening, but I
considering all
started
of the,
playing Candy Crush. My apologies.
All right.
This is
I
where
think
the
Connor
social
is very
problem
happy with how this debate went, considering your arguments were incoherent and lacked substance. You're focused on racism.
Okay.
I mean, I
Okay,
think
so
we made
you
other
won
points
because you
other than
won. That's a great
racism,
point.
but there was yeah.
The thing to
point
do
that
in
the Colonial
debating, guys,
Project
just
is racist.
Just a little debating
pretty
tip.
basic.
Just call
To
them
say
racist.
I am right because I am right. It's like it's not a win. To assert you won is the lamest of all debate tactics.
I didn't assert that we won. I asserted that your arguments were incoherent and focused on
Okay.
racism.
I mean, that's better than Connor's like you're retarded and gay, but like it's not much better.
All right. Let's ask the next question here.
You could have
Okay.
proven us wrong right from the beginning, but you didn't.
All right.
Okay, mother.
Another little distraction here. Basil Problem says modern day debate need to calibrate on the soy boy. Geez, see, I almost dropped my mic. See, that's really just
That's how
low.
soy you are.
That's low T, right? Isn't it? Soy boy scare. Where Ryan is a 1.0 soy boy. Where are you? Oh man. Well, I think James, you're gonna have to tell me when the last time was that you handled a chainsaw or drove a tractor or any of the things that us country boys do. Pretty sure he's living in the city right now. I don't know. I'm pretty sure being a soy boy means that like you're low T, like you don't have two children and an active love life. Anyway, I could keep flaming. Anyways, even Lord 7825 says, I wish Connor was as based as Ben thinks he is.
I'll be right back.
You liked it at first, Ben, and then you
Yeah,
realized,
until he got thinks he is.
yeah, you didn't like that sharp turn there.
No.
Turbo Jericho says, not random civilians. They were gangs, people aiding the IDF or the people raiding the aid bad guys, just like the ones we send to the unalive chamber. I don't think random unaliving is their protocol.
Yeah, so that was him sweeping for the 40 civilians who were dragged out into the street and shot today. So that's cool.
That was his Hail Mary.
That's more Hasbara, right? Do you think that Hamas is in a position to have like trials?
You're equating killing
You're
40
just
random
excusing
civilians to the death penalty.
That's all you did. You
Texas.
just said, "Oh yeah, well, dragging people out into the street if they're civilians and you don't have evidence against them, it's the material circumstances. So fuck it, shoot him in the back of the head." Awesome. Thanks, Ben.
I asked you a question. Do you think that Hamas currently has the ability to have court systems and due process?
Was that baked into your original question?
It doesn't matter. I'll answer the fucking question. No, but that's why I think that they should surrender. They should run new elections. They should seek peace with their neighbors. They should negotiate in good faith. That's what I think should happen. And I think they should become Republican because I'm a Republican.
And you should be part of the board of peace. I get it. Whites
I think they'd be better off if they listen to me. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Darkies should surrender to the whites. Yes, I agree. That is your position.
All right, let's carry on. D's Newts says, D's Newts 904, I should say. So the 904th D's Newts says, isn't Grace? That's kind of a nasty chat. I don't think that's something we want to really. Sorry, D's Newts.
She's a hoe.
Let's just not right now. So sorry, D's Newts. That's icky. That's like.
Did I just get called a hoe behind my back?
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, no,
Seems about
somebody
right.
asked one of those like mountain people incestuous questions, and we're just not even. So sorry. Yeah. Anyway, I have a good kick out of this. I'm Nova Scotia, and we have this Facebook group called Posts Out of Berwick Mountain. And one of my favorites, it's the cover page, and it says, "Cousins, just a term the government came up with to control who we sleep with." Hosts from the mountain, right? Oh, God. All right. Hopefully,
Are you
nobody in
French
Berwick's
Canadian?
watching. Me? No, I cannot speak French. I wish
Oh.
that would make me a lot more money if I did. Even Lord says, the Israelis are the only government that want their gift with interest in addition plus. It's comedically in line with their culture and religion. Any thoughts? No.
Sorry, I
We'll carry
couldn't.
on.
I missed the first half, so I couldn't tell if that was praise or criticism. What was the first half?
Okay, no worries. It says the Israelis are the only government that want their gift with interest in addition plus. It's comedically in line with their culture and religion. This is
I must be missing words. Wand something. I don't know. I don't think I can.
Sorry, they're basically saying that they
It's
want
criticism.
way too much, is what they're saying. They want a gift, and they want interest, and then they want addition on top of that, is what they're saying.
And saying
Listen,
Jews are
It's
bankers.
in
and-
line with their culture and their religion.
Okay, listen. I'll admit I have lots of Jewish friends, Ben. Lots of Jews are finicky. There's my racism for the night.
I actually would
Jews
just
are
like
not a race, but
I would just like to point out that actually the Jewish religion is anti the state of Israel. I'm pretty sure that the Jews are not supposed to return to Israel until the Messiah comes. So if you want to claim that Judaism is what's behind
Zionism
the
is
state
an
of Israel,
anti-Jewish
yeah, it doesn't follow.
atheists, secular atheists who hated being Jewish and felt like it was being weak, formed the state of Israel to enact the tenets of Central European romantic nationalism, basically what the Nazis were up to. And you can do a fun thing online. There's an app that will give you a quote from the early Zionists and a quote from the National Socialists and have you guess which one is which. And it's impossible to differentiate the two of them.
We'll do the various flavors of Zionism and Judaism a different night. I don't think I have the energy for it.
I didn't ask you to do it.
No worries. Deoxtrix says, or Decoy Tricks, sorry, I got you. Says Connor arguing with no genocide in Gaza because of a population increase is like arguing that a population increase in Auschwitz, I can't say this, Auschwitz, and it means Auschwitz was fine. Relocation is part of genocide.
Yeah, but again, I think that you guys can't contend with what I'm saying, so you just make up whatever the fuck you want. So, yeah, comparing Auschwitz-Birkenau to what's going on right now, I think is just ahistorical. I think it's stupid as fuck. I think you guys just I don't know what the fuck to say to you. You want to make the industrial slaughter of 6 million people over the course of 4 years identical to 60,000 people dying over 2 years. I think you're coping. I think you're full of shit. I think you don't know what you're talking about, and you can eat a barrel of dicks. So that's where
Wow, that's great.
How intellectual. I would just like to point out that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Connor thinks it's a genocide or not. He already said he doesn't support what they're doing in Gaza, and yet he wants to fund it, which is, just, I don't know if he's selling out or what the basis of that is.
Grace, for the fifth fucking time. Okay, for the fifth fucking time. We've already explained this. Garrett's already explained this to me. I understand you guys are just being fucking annoying in order to piss me off, but for the fifth fucking time, okay?
I'm just making a point. There's no need to get mad.
Yeah, he has like first
For the
grade substitute teacher.
There's
in
no
there.
need to
All
get
right, hold
mad,
on.
Connor.
We're
I
For
just
the
made a
fifth-
point.
We're
For
letting
the
Connor
fifth
answer, guys.
fucking time, okay? I laid out the history of Israel. I laid out how they probably have some level of claim to the land, but then Garrett and I both represented multiple times the fact that we collaborate on military industrial complex technology, how we collaborate on intelligence sharing, how we collaborate on stabilizing the world economy, how we collaborate on the energy fields of the world. And we don't want whatever our relationship is to sour to the point that we totally cut off aid because we don't want Israel to go to Russia or China with their capacity. Because while Israel is
They
an
already
incredibly
did.
small nation,
Whoopsie.
we do not want them selling out everything to the Russians and the Chinese.
Can we all agree no more millennial speeches and pontifications? Can we just... I can't.
No,
like,
we
my
can't.
head- my
If you guys
brain's
can't
gonna break.
understand what the fuck I'm saying, that's
No,
not my
you're
fault.
not the professor. You're not the substitute teacher in front of the class.
Yes, I am. Yes,
No,
I
you're
am. You
not.
guys don't know
No,
shit
you're
about
not.
fuck, and it's my job to correct you.
No, it's not your
Yes,
job.
it
you
is. That's
fucking
why they invited me
millennial
here.
prick.
They said Grace and Ben Thorp don't know their fucking asshole from their elbow. Can you please
That's
come
what they
correct
said?
them on
That's what they
history?
said?
Yep,
Is that
that's what he
they
said.
Who said that?
No one
Oh,
fucking said that. I'm
us.
fucking
Oh,
with
that was
you.
us. I'm so
okay?
sorry. No, I'm
The
kidding.
point
I'm
is,
kidding.
you don't know
Ryan,
shit
how
about
dare
fuck.
you?
You still don't know shit about
All right.
fuck.
All right,
You
hold
still
on,
don't know
guys.
shit about fuck.
Hold on.
I
hold
don't
on,
know.
hold on.
You're mad, man.
We're all just gonna get put on mute for a
You
second.
don't
We gotta
know
move
shit
on.
about fuck.
I don't mind you guys, just like I say, a little bit of poo flinging here and there's one thing, but yeah, let's let's just try to get through some of the super chats.
Connor,
Okay.
have you ever
Just remember,
considered-
just
No,
remember,
we're asking the next one. Go ahead.
just remember the poll
Garrett.
that we've already done. 19% think that there could be less aid to Israel while still supporting them.
Let's see. Even Lord, orangutans have a higher IQ average than Haitians. Why are you making me say these things out loud? Carl Slagan, can you refer to it as interventionism? The U.S. deployed the military in the Barbary states, because American ships were being attacked by pirates and their citizens sold into slavery. Point of clarification.
I would agree that we have been more initiative focused, particularly since World War II. But that's like, I mean, you don't think we have like what's going on with the Red Sea crisis right now? The Red Sea crisis is international commercial vessels being missiled despite not being related to the state of Israel. Like 60% of the boats that have been shot or missiled or civilians have been killed, they're all like West African nations. So regardless of whether or not you want it, your options are police the Red Sea, police the Suez Canal, police the Mediterranean, or wait until somebody gets shot and then decide to police. America decided probably in 1946 that it was easier to prevent World War III than it was to wait for World War III to happen and then play catch up. That's what we've been doing for the past 80 years.
It's just like not waiting for an invasion and preemptively striking.
Right, which is always used as an excuse for offensive wars. Every single time.
Except for Korea was defensive, except for Vietnam was defensive. But yeah, sure, like two of the
The
biggest
U.S.
Cold War
involvement in
conflicts.
Vietnam was defensive. Right, okay, that's exactly it.
No,
Like a
see,
guy like
Ben,
you
this
would
is
think.
what, once again, when you roll your eyes like a teenage girl, it just shows me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why did we never invade northern Vietnam if we were on the offensive, Ben?
The
Why did we
United
never?
States
Why
was
did we
defending
never?
itself in Vietnam?
Why did we never hit their capital with airstrikes, Ben?
The United States involvement in Vietnam was a defensive war.
Yes, Ben. Historically.
Okay.
Okay, smirking and moving your mouth back and forth sideways doesn't change a fucking thing. If we were on the offensive, why didn't we invade? No. Answer this question. If we were on the offensive in Vietnam, why didn't we invade the North?
We were in a foreign nation.
Okay.
That
That has
not
nothing to
a
do with my
defensive
question.
war.
Answer my question. If we're on the offensive in Vietnam, why did we not invade the homeland of our enemies?
We may not have invaded, but
You can
we
say
conducted
the
large-scale
South
bombings
Vietnamese-
in North Vietnam. So it
Okay.
was an offensive war.
Okay.
Well, it
Historically.
was like the idea was we were helping the South Vietnamese. But
So
it
you know
is
what I'm
no
talking
way-
about.
Yeah, and the idea is if we don't defeat them in the jungles of Phanang or whatever, we'll be defending them on the coast of California. It's the same bullshit that every evil, aggressive empire. Yes, it is.
No,
It
the
is,
domino
absolutely.
theory had nothing to do with the mainland United States. You just made something up. It's
That's what
okay,
they
man. Next
literally
question.
said.
Next question.
If we're not going to be, if we don't defeat him in the jungles of Vietnam, we're going to be defeating him on the west coast of America. And it wasn't true then, and it's not true now.
All right. We're
The
gonna ask next
Iranians would
question.
have no
Hold
problem
on.
with us whatsoever if we left.
Okay,
them.
domino theory didn't have to do with the west coast of the United States. Domino theory had to do with Southeast Asia. And you know what happened as soon as Vietnam fell? Actually, concurrently with Vietnam. Cambodia fell. Do you know what happened in Cambodia? Pol Pot seized power. You know what Pol Pot did? He wiped out a quarter of his fucking population. That's what happened there. And then the same thing with fucking China. When you're looking at the evils of the world, you keep using shit like words like, oh, the evil American empire. I will put the sins of the United States of America toe to toe with any authoritarian dictator throughout the fucking world. Okay.
Wow.
Mao Zedong.
Saying fucking really helps. It makes it more intellectual. But what I'm saying is, do you think that the United States should have become entangled in the Chinese Revolution?
No. Although hold on.
not?
Actually, yeah.
Why
not?
not?
Yeah. Actually, supporting
Okay,
the KMT and supporting the nationalists against the communists was actually something that I perfectly support. Yeah.
We weren't heavily entangled, but okay. So yes, you believe that the United States, you've already said this.
Yeah, I think
should
if the
run
nationalists
entire
had
world.
won the Chinese Civil War, then Mao Zedong wouldn't have been able to do the Great Leap Forward. And as a result, there would be tens of millions of Chinese people still alive compared to what happened. So yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to reverse what I said 30 seconds ago. And I'm going to say that the United States should have supported the nationalist government of China more than we did.
I think if Asians want to kill each other, they're welcome to. I don't think it's any of my business, and I don't want my sons. I don't want any of us to send our people over there or our money over there. If the Soviets want to take over, that's between them and their people. I don't understand why we should get involved.
Yeah, you're like a pre-World War I, pre-World War II pacifist isolationist. Got it. Heard.
All right. Let's ask the next question here.
At least you voiced your opinion. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Even Lord 7825 Connor Maggot is a fantastic 2-in-1 insult for GHE. Okay. Big League Drew says, if Israel has a 3,000-year claim on that land, why was it proposed to build in other places before the Levant?
Because, so can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So
I'll be good.
The Iranian or the Persian, Hellenic, Roman, Muslim, and Crusader invasions basically made it so a lot of the Jews didn't want to live in Israel anymore. So they participated in what was known as the diaspora, where they spread out across the world. And so, to Ben's credit, he did know this. In the 19th century, Zionism was originally a secular movement. They actually did not, there were religious Zionists, but a healthy chunk of them were actually secularists. And so they actually argued that they kind of knew that settling in their historic homeland would be a problem with the Ottoman Empire and would be a problem with locals. So that's why they thought about other places before they ultimately decided on Israel.
All right. I don't mind having a snack on the stream if you just want to back away from the mic a little bit there, though, if you're going to do it. Just because the lip smacking sounds like clapping cheeks here and there. I'm like, what's going on here? All right. I'm just picking. I'm picking. All right.
Was it me doing that?
Oh yeah, it was for sure.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think you're the only one that probably would have handled that with that level of scrutiny with some grace. All right. I wouldn't be very.
You're calling Counterpoints a bitch. Counterpoints? Do you want to respond?
No, you stop that. I'm not being. No, I was talking to you. Lip smack.
Trying to plant the seeds of dissent.
Oh, I see what he's up to. I'm not falling for his traps. All right. AKA Budasai says Connor paints a colorful picture. Well, that's a vague super chat, so we're gonna carry on. Thank you. Bubblegum Gun 3292 says daily reminder: Christianity is to blame for Zionism. All right, I think that's something everybody might be able to chew into.
That is not true at all.
This is their claim. So, does anybody have anything to say?
Well, maybe they mean the Protestants.
Oh,
that were swayed and supported Zionism. I
they were bought off.
American
Basically.
Protestants, yeah.
Any thoughts around the panel? No? All right. I think it's fine to move on because we have had so many questions, and I do appreciate you guys for hanging out and answering all these questions. Hopefully you guys have had fun as well. We are getting near the end, so just hold on to your chairs there. Don't burn out entirely. Thanks, guys. Decoy Tricks says 40 civilian executions. Israeli has 10K civilian hostages that they do not allow trial and due process. Less moral frogging from the Zionist, please.
True.
Back to you.
I don't think Israel detaining people means that you should be. I don't think that gives you carte blanche to round up random people and shoot them in the back of the fucking head. So, sorry.
There were some pretty bad videos I was seeing circulating around.
I don't think anyone alleges that was a random group of people, but
I don't know.
Maybe
exactly
the
what the story
IDF
was, but-
thinks
Does that make it better?
it makes it different.
So hold on.
Oh,
So let's say that this is the French resistance in Paris and Germany, and then the Nazis like round them up and shoot them in the back of the head without any due process, and you're like, well, they're under pressure. The Allies are on the verge of invading. It wasn't a random group of people. Now, descriptively,
Right.
you're correct. They're French partisans. They're spies, right?
Right.
But if you're somebody who doesn't like Nazis, the way that I don't like jihadist authoritarians, then you would view the French partisans as the good guys, and you would view the authoritarians as the bad guys. So you saying,
Right.
oh, well, these are just like, these aren't random civilians. I find that morally reprehensible because I think that you are effectively, whether you intend to or not, you are sweeping for jihadist authoritarian fucking freaks. So,
Well, I mean, I don't. I'm not a partisan. I'm sure you call me a Nazi, so I might as well just say like, okay, maybe I am, but like, I think.
I mean, it seems like you've taken Hamas's
Can I
side
just
at
finish
certain
my
points
point?
in this
Just hold-
debate.
Hold on, Garrett. I know that you're just waking up, but can I just finish my sentence? In any military action, you're going to have situations in which you can't really deal with due process and take prisoners of war and do all the proper Geneva things. That's irrelevant as to whether they're right or wrong. I mean, that is
All right, I'm
how
gonna
it
cut you off
goes.
there. Let's let Garrett in because he has said the least during this Q&A.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair. Go ahead, Garrett.
It seems like you have taken Hamas's side at several points in this debate.
Yes, I'm a Hamas propagandist. Yes, great. Also a Nazi.
I wouldn't say
and an
propagandist, but
anti-Semite.
maybe more like sympathizing.
Right.
the way that I've heard that described before is useful idiot.
That's accurate too, I would say.
I sympathize with Hamas. Yeah, I do.
Okay, I think that, no offense, but I think that makes you a useful idiot.
I support
I don't
people
really know what
fighting
the
back
term-
against oppression and colonization. I do.
Okay, I think that if that includes like shooting unarmed men, women, and children in the fucking face, then okay. I think you're a useful idiot for Hamas.
Well,
what
if
the
you're going to
IDF
say
does.
Hamas does that, that may or may not be true, but the IDF certainly does that. So we're both useful idiots at the very least. Can you admit that, Connor?
No, I
I
can't.
agree that Connor's an idiot.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Whether
no.
he's
So
useful or not
here's
is,
the thing. Here's an actual substantive difference. Is also this is one of the things that's really frustrating from this debate, where not only have you guys been obtuse, but I'm also pretty sure you're just lying.
We
So you
understand that
say,
you're emotionally
I
upset.
don't
We
know.
get that.
I don't know whether or not Hamas has shot men, women, and children. You would know if you just watched Hamas's own videos of what they post. So the fact that you don't know that, you're either lying or you're ignorant or you're obtuse. And I don't know which one it is. And frankly, I don't give a shit. Now, the next part of that is that when it comes to the
It's so
IDF,
absurd.
oftentimes there are these broad claims. For instance, like the Israelis are using drones in order to shoot, kids in the head. The Israelis are mass executing XYZ, ABC, or whatever. But typically what ends up happening is when you actually get to the video footage, when you actually get to the photos, what's typical is that the situation is oftentimes more complex. And that's not to say that IDF doesn't do war crimes. They've done war crimes that I'm aware of. However, to make morally equivalent, let's say that there's a man with a gun and he's a military-age male. Let's say that there's a woman and a child. And let's say that you shoot at the man with the gun and you accidentally hit the woman and child that are next to the man with the gun. That is morally different than walking up and shooting all three on purpose. There is a moral difference there. And if you don't recognize that moral difference, then I don't know what the fuck to do for you.
I
Wow,
completely
thank you.
agree. That's
Thank
why
you for
I'm
your
against
speech.
the IDF.
I love millennials. This guy is the epitome of the asshole millennial. I love it. That's what he should
I don't know
call
why he
himself.
has to go.
Asshole millennial.
You're welcome.
I don't know why you have to do a speech every time you want to make a point.
Because he has
Because
so low
because you
self-esteem
guys should
that he
already
can't
know this.
interact. He lacks.
You should
social-
already know this. I shouldn't have to explain this to you.
But
Like
the
I feel
points
like I'm
you're
talking to
making,
He's a
fucking
even if I was
millennial
12-year-olds.
to grant-
asshole.
I feel
even
like
if
I'm
I
talking
was
to
to
12-year-olds.
point-
People like this.
Even if I was to grant the points you're making, the exact same thing applies to the IDF, and you just fail to recognize that.
No, it doesn't. If what you said applied to the IDF, the casualty stats would not be 69,000 with 200,000 indirect. The casualty stats would be 2.2 million. So the fact that you don't understand that, you're like, why does Connor go on a 2-minute speech? It's because I have to explain shit to you like you're fucking 10. That's why.
Another speech. Thank you.
He's a millennial. I think it's great. You should start your own like circus. The millennial prick.
Oh,
You should
right.
start your own
pontificating
fucking show,
endlessly.
the Gen Z fucking lost motherfucker. Like, dude, you don't know shit about fucking yet you still confidently talking to a mic. Not my problem.
I'm
Gen
Gen Z.
Z?
Thank you.
Gen
Thank
Z?
Gen Z.
All right, let's
I'm
ask the
My
next
dad
Gen
is
Z.
question.
Okay.
Gen Z.
All right. Let's just ask
Why
the next
is-
question.
Why
We
is
are
that
so
the
back in the
focus?
We're so back in the weeds.
Like
aren't
him
we?
putting you in the wrong generation just suddenly becomes the focus of the
Because
conversation
Connor
now?
gets so because
Because
Connor's
he's-
a bad debater and he gets
Sorry,
so
is he
triggered
older?
that
Is he a
makes
boomer?
Basic mistakes.
I thought that was a
Do you know-
compliment.
all right,
Are you
well,
a
let's
boomer?
It should be
Do you
pointed
know how
out
the
because it's
generations
embarrassing
work?
for him.
Yeah,
You know
wait, hold on.
Generation
Are you a
Z?
boomer?
Because you want to seem English instead of saying Generation Z when you're an American?
Okay.
Because you think it gains you like prestige points to say Z?
The
What do you
three
say?
biggest
What do you
owns
say
you've
to
had
someone who's
are the
coming over
way
your
that I
apartment?
pronounce things
Hey,
or
would you
said
like to
things,
come-
but you can't
come-
contend with a
would
single
you like
fucking
to
real
come
idea
into
that
my
I've said all
flat
night.
and watch
And
the
I'm sorry.
telly?
Hold
And
on.
then we'll
Right.
This was a
tube
compliment.
to
Did you just call it the tube? Oh my goodness.
Dad,
Hold
you're an
on.
alcoholic Gen Z weed smoking gay
not
man.
Gen Z, Gen Z, because it makes you sound vaguely British.
Oh,
He's
I'm
not
sorry.
British.
Hold on. My apologies. So I meant to call you X. Are you a boomer? Or are you X?
You cannot place Sam Cedar's younger brother in a generational. bracket.
Are you
I'm just kidding. Maybe
boomer
he was born. No,
or are you X?
I'm just picking.
No, he's Zed, Connor, according to you. Let's move on.
I
then.
like being Zed.
Wow.
because
Well,
it makes me
yeah,
feel
he's
like I'm
Generation
fancy, and
Z.
maybe I'm
Something
British.
no
You gotta
American
ask
has.
the next question. I'm just
Why
gonna.
wouldn't
put
you
guys
just
on-
And I
answer
live
that
in a
question?
flat
Hold
and
on.
I watch the telly.
I'm not. I don't think anybody. Look, Garrett's falling asleep. He just. he
No,
doesn't
I'm
care.
definitely not falling asleep.
Oh, you're not falling asleep. I was gonna say it's where the glasses are
I've
glaring.
been
I
awake.
think.
Yeah,
I was gonna say. I thought you had your eyes closed for a second there. I was gonna say. I think he's about as interested in the ages of our panelists as
I've been
most
paying
of you guys
attention
are.
to the entire debate,
We're just.
and
we're
that's
just
why I've
messing.
been responding when I'm able to.
The
I'm-
sleep allegations against Garrett are not true.
It's the glare, and we can see his computer in his.
Believe it or not, he's
eyes.
awake, folks.
I mean, I need these glasses, otherwise this would be a
Counterpoints
total
is
blur.
not going to be with us for
He
much
is in
longer,
full
though. So,
consciousness, guys.
all right, you're back on mute, Ben. Just hold on. Let me ask these last couple questions. We'll get these speakers out of here, including yourself. I know, like I say, you got the catheter in. You can go all night. He's saying yes, he does. He does have a catheter in. All right, this is now official lore. Bubblegum Gun says, Jules claim to be from Africa. Send the jewels back to Africa. I think they're making a parody there. We're going to carry on. Basil Problem says, Garrett speaks. And then he follows up and says, guys, I really want to hear more from Garrett. All right.
Me too.
Rob Sabas says, Ben Otto wins every debate with anyone who believes Israel has the right to exist. Israel equals colonialism. Colonialism equals racism. You're racist, so I win. So, I mean, I think there's so many different ways that people can hate one another, in prejudiced ways, and racism generally having to do with, believing that, having any type of relations or offspring with these people would be, or mingling with them in society would be somehow corrosive to society. I don't know if that accurately describes the
So
panelists
just to-
tonight. So let's just, maybe
Just to
try
respond
be
to that, not
precise
one
with
of our
words.
not one of our arguments had anything to do with race.
I
They
think
were
that's
all
fair.
entirely focused around the economics, the intelligence gathering, the shared values, shared interests, maintaining global stability in the region, etc.
Yes, but you're conveniently avoiding the fact that the entire state of Israel is based on the racist ethnic cleansing of people who were there before them. And you can say it's not racist, but the only reason the Palestinians were rounded up and forcibly moved and put into Gaza and are now being carpet bombed is because they're brown and the Israelis want a Jewish ethno-state. There is no other reason.
That's
They're
not even
bad
true.
people. They didn't do anything to the Zionists. It's the only reason. Why not go to an empty plot of land? There's no reason these people.
Why shouldn't the Europeans have dealt with what they did in Europe?
What?
Why shouldn't the Europeans have dealt with what they did in Europe?
What you're saying? Because the Europeans massacred a third of the international Jewish population, they should have given a Jewish state to the Jews?
They should have dealt with their problem that they caused.
Okay, yeah, sure. Honestly, if I could slap my fucking hands and if I could make the Holy Land Tucson, Arizona, I would. I just can't.
I don't know what that means.
No worries. Let's carry on.
But I'm pretty sure I agree that you can't.
Last two questions. Help me out here, Ben. Even Lord says, my last question. He says, why did incest destroy the Habsburgs, but the Ptolemies of Egypt had beautiful, strong geniuses while being the most incest? Was it luck? What is with the...
I don't have a lot of opinions on the Ptolemaic incestuous relationships.
It's pronounced Ptolemaic.
Oh, well,
I don't even think that's true. I think it's Ptolemic. I think you just made that
is.
shit up to sound smart.
Wrong.
No, I'm not.
All right,
Well, give us a
we need to fact
30-minute
check.
speech about it.
lawyered. All right, Turbo Jerk. Last
Okay.
question for $5 Canadian. So this is the last question. If you have any final thoughts on the panel and you want to get it out, it just
Okay, if it hurts your feelings to be corrected, I don't know.
Oh, shush for 2 seconds. All right, Turbo Jerk says Israel has children in their prisons, and those prisons are very horrible. So, children in prisons, let's talk about it, and then we will go to closing statements.
Wait, Counterpoints obviously just Googled this and he found out that he's wrong.
No, I actually just sat here. I could Google it if you want. Listen, I have no problems learning new things. What I have problems
you do.
with is basically people pretending that they know shit, but they don't.
Okay, so what was your emotional outburst when I corrected how the term Ptolemaic is pronounced?
Because I want to know what the dynasty of Ptolemy is.
All right.
Am I right to say it's Ptolemaic?
You might be, but Ptolemaic so far is pulling up mathematics. Now it could be related, but I'll look it up.
All right. Even Lord says Ben said the dynasty name correctly. Cool. Let's answer this question from Turbo
Well,
Jerko.
education, you might want
And
to get
then
one at some point.
we're gonna move on out. Everybody's allowed to know things about things. It's all cool. We're gonna move on though. Israel has children in their prisons, and those prisons are very horrible. So that is the claim here. So let's talk about is this true? And what? Well,
Listen, I'm not a total douchebag, so I'll admit that when I Googled, because I said Ptolemaic, Ptolemic, everything I'm seeing on Google is Ptolemaic, and so I will accept your pronunciation, Ptolemaic.
I'm right. How about you say, you're right and I was wrong?
I will say that you were right and I was wrong about one thing out of 1,000 things. But I would say out of
You're also wrong
999
that
fucking
Generation Z
things,
is Generation
you're
X.
so goddamn wrong. It's
You're
crazy.
also wrong that World War II was fought against the communists.
Yeah, all you have is misspeaks. You can't contend with anything real
But
that
your
was
whole
actually
thing
said
is-
tonight.
Your thing is you're so fucking smart.
Yeah,
So
I'm
when I
substantively
point
smarter
out
than you.
things-
Yes.
What have you corrected me on?
I mean, I would say that
Everything
I
else.
explained probably 3,200 years to you. I would say that I explained the entire fucking
What have you
basically
corrected
like American.
me on in terms of my pronunciation or getting facts wrong? Nothing.
Wait, hold on. No, wasn't there the fucking stat about the Iraqis? And wasn't there also, Garrett, you were paying
Which was
attention to the entire
wrong,
debate. Wasn't
which
there
was
another
wrong.
fucking one? There was another one that was borderline embarrassing. Oh, yeah, you two twats were saying that there was no military fucking relevance to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You just made up the fact, whole cloth, that we did it to maximize civilian casualties. So do you want to say, so Ben, I in good faith, I said, yeah, I was wrong about the pronunciation of Ptolemaic. Do you want to admit right here, right
Are you
now,
soothing-
that
are you soothing
Hiroshima and
yourself? Are
Nagasaki
you
both had military value and that's why they were
currently
targeted.
And the Iraqi polling.
Are you soothing your clavicle?
Yeah, I have nerve pain. That has nothing to do with my question. My question to you is: you were dead
I don't want
fucking
to cause
wrong.
you to need to.
You
soothe
were
yourself
provably
that way.
wrong on something. So I said it for you. You say it for me. Come
For
on,
both.
Pookie Pants. Say it for me. Say you were wrong about something.
I mean,
think-
if he's gonna show,
I did
you
not say
sweetie.
that there were no military. Well, maybe if I did, I misspoke.
All right, there we go.
All
I'll
right,
take
fair
it.
enough.
I don't. I
Fair
think
enough.
that's a prideful concession, but I'll take it.
And
I
the
think you're
Iraqi
a
polling.
prick.
The Iraqi
Good.
polling as well.
He didn't show any evidence. Show us any evidence.
I looked up the stats, and basically 70%
You
of the
said you
population
looked
said
up
they
the
were the
stat
same or
that
better off under the
basically
current
this.
regime than they were
You
under Saddam.
also-
I said 80%. I was corrected to 70.
Well, where's the stat? Where's the citation?
Fucking Google it.
All right, I don't want to put you both on mute.
No, I
I'm
don't
handing-
live on the internet like you.
Hold on, Ben. I am putting you on mute. 1 second, Ben. You're being very pushy right now. We have to try to answer this question. We can't just get caught.
Imprisoning kids is bad.
okay.
Always, yeah.
Let's get back to the question. Okay. Imprisoning kids is bad. If this is happening, like, any thoughts? Any solutions?
Yeah, I think that if Israeli critics were honest, okay, incarcerating kids without charge, without due process, whatever, it's fucked up, shouldn't be happening. We should use our leverage in our trade and our negotiations and our relationship with Israel to push them to more humane behavior. Okay. However, I think that the Israeli critics would do well to differentiate between people, I would say, under the age of 10, who are non-combatants, who are not trained in anything, who are not participating in any terroristic activity whatsoever, versus the people 10 and older who are sent to schools and training camps specifically on how to engage in terroristic support. So, yeah, there's my point.
Or maybe we could just cut ties with a country that imprisons children, ethnically cleanses people, and
You understand that if we cut
to
ties,
engage-
Israel has no
Can I
reason
finish my
to.
point? You just went on
But your
another
point
speech.
sucks.
He's
whole
being
You
the
other
millennial
understand,
prick that
you
he is.
understand that if we
Brian,
cut ties with Israel, they have no
Brian.
reason
All
to
right.
behave well
It is fair.
whatsoever because
Connor,
Russia and
come on,
China doesn't
control
give a fuck.
yourself. You're a grown man. You're a
All right.
grown man.
It is fair to let
Your
Grace
dad
respond.
was spurting
Hold
for
on,
the
hold on,
entire
hold
3
on.
hours.
Let's
Get
let
the
Grace
fuck out
respond.
of
It
here.
is fair.
words out. Yeah, that's right.
You
Get
shush up
muted.
there as well, Ben. All right, let's let Grace have a point here. You two.
All I was saying is, instead of all the complicated la speech that Counterpoints wants to give, maybe we could just cut ties with a country that imprisons children, ethnically cleanses the people that they are oppressing, and lies to us about intelligence to get us to engage in wars on their behalf. Maybe that is a simpler solution.
Okay, let me tell you why
Russia,
that's
China, like
fucking
you
stupid
said.
as shit.
Look at them.
Okay, the reason why
Connor,
that's
calm
stupid
down. You should consider expanding your
dad
vocabulary.
spurred
You
for
should
the
consider
first 2
expanding
hours.
your
I am allowed
vocabulary,
to
sir.
spurg for the third. Thank you.
Yeah, tell me
Okay.
about how we're shoving Arabs'
reason
dicks
why-
in their mouths.
The reason
'cause we
why
fuck
that's
shit
so
up. More
fucking
swears.
stupid. The reason why what you said is so fucking stupid is because the United States does have some leverage over Israel in reference to our trade relationship. Also, something that I didn't mention the whole debate. Half of the population, half of the Jewish population of the planet is in Israel. Half of the Jewish population of the planet is in the United States. So we probably have fairly unique
It's an interesting
leverage.
coincidence.
I'm not done yet. Thank you. So if we completely cut off diplomatic and military ties with Israel, they if they want to, they could go to Russia or China. Russia and China don't give 2 fucks about human rights. So if you care about the little Gazan children, then you should want the United States to use diplomatic leverage in order to pressure Israel. Because if you think that cutting them off cold turkey is going to get what you want, it's going to be worse, infinitely worse.
I don't believe you that Russia and China don't care about human rights. I just don't.
No,
What
the
evidence do
Palestinians
you
are
have
doing
that they
great
do?
with our alliance? They're
The,
doing
the
fantastic.
Chinese just committed a cultural genocide in Western China within the past half decade. They've
The
done
Uyghurs,
religious purges of the Falun Gong where they
Do you
sell their
realize that
vital
Do you
organs.
realize that criticism applies to the country that you are defending our support of? Do you ever realize
Wait,
that,
wait. So
Connor?
hold on. Israel.
Every criticism you make
Israel.
of other
No.
countries
No.
applies to the country that you want us to keep
No,
ties
it
with?
doesn't.
Does that ever
Israel
occur
has
to
not
you?
conducted a cultural genocide against the Palestinian Muslim population of Israel. They are
Yes,
allowed to
it
practice their
has.
faith. They are allowed to speak Arabic. You laughing doesn't change anything. They're allowed to speak Arabic. They're
But is it
allowed to worship their
apartheid
faith.
state?
Not
Grace,
only are you
Grace.
fucking wrong about this, not only are you wrong about this, but there are fucking zero reports of Israel on a systemic level kidnapping and taking the vital organs out of religious minorities. You're full of shit. You're full of
Grace,
shit.
Grace, he thinks the Palestinians should be grateful for our military support of the Israelis. Like, you can't do better than
Oh
that.
yeah, how could I miss? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
no, yeah.
I
There's
love
no
when
arguing against
I love
that.
when you
Everybody's-
bitch about me
We're all
doing a
lined up
2-minute
and
speech,
sing
but when I
the,
give you 20 seconds, you just instantaneously misrepresent it in the dumbest fucking analysis I've ever heard.
We're going
Isn't
to carry
that
on
true?
there.
Don't you
Hold
think
on.
they're much better off under?
No. We're going to carry on because I do think that it's fair that we start wrapping it up. Like I say, we had a few more come in. We're just going to blast through this. Even Lord 7825 says Cleopatra III would have been over 75% inbred. Cool. Bubblegum Gun says WW2 was a Christian Zionist op against nationalism. Okay. Turbo Jericho says, was Connor only a dirty cop for 4 years because he was fired for misconduct? Turbo Jericho is obviously no friend of yours, Connor, so just keep an eye out for this fella because he obviously is not your
No,
friend.
I did 3 years on patrol. I did 1 year in the schools. I had a family, so I decided that it would be best to take care of my family.
That
I hate to do an ad
That
hom,
tends
but
to
I don't
happen.
think saying that you were a cop for 4 years is really like very impressive. Like 4 years a
he
cop.
didn't say it
okay.
was in his defense. Let's just
No,
Well,
I
he
no, I think
listed it
it's
off when he was like, I'm 6'4", 230 pounds. I was a cop for 4 years. I don't really know if that's really a flex, but
okay.
Hey, maybe it is.
What Grace or Ben, what are you proud of in your lives?
destroying you in this debate. Next question, Ryan.
I'm proud of the way that I've
suck.
treated your mother. I'm proud of the way that I've treated your mother because having a son like you, there should be way, way more along the lines of the filth that you and my mother engage in. But I think I've been pretty nice with her.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this again earnestly. I spent 4 years in the military. I got a bachelor's degree, and then I spent 4 years in law enforcement. And I love and am proud of my service, and I have a lot of intense and cool experiences. Grace, you just said this isn't a fucking flex. I want to know what you flex. What are you proud of?
I'm not trying to flex on.
There are some people that don't go on
You
the
have
internet
nothing?
to flex.
You have
because they're-
nothing?
I'm not trying to
You've
flex
been
on you, Connor.
alive.
I'm trying to engage in a debate. But
Yeah,
you have an ego involved, so you want to flex about your personal achievements. And all I'm pointing out is being a cop for 4 years really isn't as impressive as you think it is. That's all.
Okay, but Grace,
See,
that's
I
not the
don't think it has
question
to
of
be
what I
I
asked.
really do not
Men
think
or
that
women that you think it
conversation,
does.
That's not what I
but-
asked, though. I
but
asked
the
you.
flexing, this flexing would not even have happened if you hadn't been insulted this entire debate.
And also, I just want to
Okay,
ask.
so he got
You're
triggered.
you're in
supposing that he was a
your
cop for
what? You're in your
4
mid
years.
20s
I'm just
now.
saying that that's not
You're in
very
your mid
impressive.
20s now. Okay, and then Ben, I'm assuming is slightly my senior. So I asked both of you what you're proud of, and so far
I'm not here
you
to
have
tell
answered
you.
nothing.
I'm
No,
not
I
here to
told you
flex
about
on
your
you.
mother and how gentle I've been with her.
Okay,
Oh my,
do you have anything serious that you're proud of?
That I'm
I
seriously
am proud of standing up
I'm
against the
seriously proud of that.
genocide, unlike you. Can we move on, Ryan?
All right.
I
Okay,
mean,
you
we're
guys
beating
suck.
ourselves
Are?
up here.
Hold
Have you
on, I
ever
think
been around
everybody's-
other men? I
No,
mean,
hold on, Ben. I think it's fair to move on. You've had most of you and Connor, fair enough, have had most of the time here. So I want to just wrap this up here and get our panel out. Connor's trying to trigger everybody with a yawn there, or he's just screaming into the void. I don't know. It's all good.
Screaming into the void.
Turbo Jericho once again says China Gen side is a lie. I'm not sure what that's all about, but we got to move on. We got to get our speakers out of here. Jamon312, Ben, now is your chance. Mention the Irish.
I do have a love-hate relationship with the Irish.
All right. Basil Problem says, Garrett, why are you being a loser? Are you scared to talk? I think Garrett was here on another show. You were saying they can go back and check. Garrett had some more screen time. We did have a problem with your mic at one point, but Basil Problem is being you're being a bit of a problem. I don't know if you even want to respond to that.
I don't care what he has to say. So I just want to
He's
say
just
something
jealous
else about
'cause
this
he's
debate.
not
It
on the
seems
panel.
like supporting Israel is the lesser of two evils compared to Russia and China having their way. I would think Grace would be in support of the lesser of two evils.
I'm in support generally of the lesser of two evils principle, but I don't see Russia and China. I think this is more propaganda as huge American enemies.
To go back to the analogy of the psycho girlfriend, if some other guy who you don't particularly like wants to try to have sex with the psycho girlfriend, have at it. Have at it. It's nothing but misery.
Yeah, have the Israelis tell Russia and China they're fake intelligence.
Have
so that
them
they
do
can
to
start wars
Russia
on
what
their
they've done
behalf.
to us.
Good.
All
Yes,
right.
good point. Yeah.
I'm going to cut you off there, guys.
Enjoy.
We're going to close out the debate, and we're going to let you have some closing statements as well all around the panel. So we'll give you a virtual round of applause. And I want to remind our audience, if you haven't already, to hit the like button, share this out in the spaces you like having these discussions. Once again, we do have tickets to DebateCon 6. That is linked in our description. So head over to the description of this video. You can also find our crowdfund there, where you can get a signed photo from your favorite debater and more, depending on what tier you decide to donate to the crowdfund. We appreciate everybody who put into super chats as we are working towards getting this DebateCon 6 up and running. It takes a lot of money to do that, so we do appreciate everybody who does, like I say, support the channel. Yeah, let's I think James has that posted there, so we're going to put our speakers on their closing statements. Usually go reverse style. So yeah, we'll start with counterpoints and we'll work back to Ben.
Yeah. So the crux of what was mentioned hasn't been contested throughout this entire conversation. The Israelis or the Jews have as much of a historical claim to that territory as anybody else. It stretches back 3,200 years. It's verified anthropologically, et cetera, et cetera. Not only that, but I would say 48, 56, 67, 73, Israel has proven itself to be independent. They don't need the money. They don't need the relationship with the United States. They want the relationship with the United States. Like I mentioned a moment ago, half of the Jewish population of the planet is in Israel. The other half is in the United States. Having a good relationship with them is good. Backing basically us using them for intelligence in the Middle East and North Africa. Also sharing defense tech and defense secrets can be good and productive and good for both people. That's not even to mention the private sector like Intel chips, microchips, entrepreneurialism, business ventures, capital, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what the prompt of the debate was, should we cut off the relationship entirely? My answer at the beginning of the debate, my answer now is no. I think that we should be using the financial and relational tie that we have with the state of Israel in order to get them to behave better. I don't endorse everything that they've done in the Gaza Strip. I don't endorse everything that they've done in the West Bank. I think that America should use its leverage in order to maximize human well-being as much as possible. I don't think the Thorps have represented anything I've said accurately back to me the entire night. I think they just make up whatever the fuck they want to make up as far as a position that the opponents have taken. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's where I'm at. If you want to watch my content, I'm live Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST. 2 locations, Counterpoints Politics and Valor Media Network. Check it out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming out to Modern Day Debate. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to host you. So yeah, definitely go check that out if you enjoyed what you heard from Counterpoints, Connor on our panel. So thanks for coming out to Modern Day Debate. I'm going to hand it over to Garrett for your closing statement. So you get a minute on the floor. And thank you also for coming out to Modern Day Debate.
So Grace and Thorp, sorry, excuse me, I misspoke. Sorry, Ben and Grace have not in any way substantively addressed any of the points that were made, especially around Russia and China and maintaining our relationship with Israel, which is hugely beneficial to both countries. So all they've thrown is ad homs and used ridiculous tactics like racism is at the heart of our arguments when it is not. Thanks.
All right, you got it. Well, thank you so much for coming out to Modern Day Debate. And yeah, if you have any links, they should be also in the description. I don't think we have a link for you right now in our description, but if you have one, fire it along Instagram, wherever people can follow you. We'll get that updated when we can.
Cool.
I'll head it over to Grace. You have 1 minute on the floor.
Well, the topic was, should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? And apart from the land argument being promised them 3,000 years ago, literally being a meme, both of our opponents agreed that the U.S. should cut aid to Israel and, cut ties if it doesn't follow certain conditions. But Israel has already proven that it does not listen to the U.S.'s conditions for aid and gets aid anyways. So they basically agree with us that we should cut aid, and aid is our biggest tie with Israel. So that's really cutting ties with Israel. Their arguments for how Israel benefits the U.S. came down to intelligence and peace in the Middle East. As far as intelligence goes, we spent $14 trillion and lost thousands of soldiers in Iraq due to Netanyahu's blatant false intelligence about Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction. And as far as peace goes, Israel bombed Qatari mediators in Qatar in early September, which was so embarrassing to the U.S. that Trump forced Netanyahu to apologize for that. Lastly, our opponents also said they do not support ethnic cleansing or genocide, a heinous moral act that is against international law. It is the very thing that happened to Jews in Israel that we are sending money to. However, when confronted with the fact that 82% of the Israeli population supports the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, they simply waved it away. Stop funding genocide, stop funding racism, stop funding apartheid, cut ties with Israel.
All right, over to you, Ben. Thank you for coming on out again. Grace Thorp to Modern Day Debate. You'll see that Grace has the link in the description there, as well as Counterpoints. So once again, as we get links, we will update them. Over to you, Ben, for your closing statement.
Yes, and I just want to also promote my daughter and I's channel, but she does a lot of non-debate, kind of fun drama stuff. She's a wonderful young woman, as you can see. Very talented, can sing, can dance, very pretty, etc. So come on over. I just want to say on a personal note, I mean, I just don't think the argument is even makeable. But on a personal note, I had so much fun today. I think me debating with Connor, I think the chat would have to say it was Keno. It was everything that Bloodsport as always. And I hope he doesn't take personal effrontery from our interactions.
I don't.
I love the.
I figured half of it was you being a dick. I figured half of it was banter.
I think
it's just 100% of it.
He does look like you burned him out a little bit. He might need to rest up for a day.
He's been doing this pose for a while.
I love
no, I'm just picking. All right, let's finish up your closing statement and get you out of here. I haven't been
around guys for a while. I grew up with brothers, so I'm banter backed up. You know what I mean? And also, Ryan, I think you did a tremendous job. I think I may have gotten the record for most mutings. I think I was muted 80 times, and I love that. I love the Dom sub routine with that, and I think you do a great job. You're super tolerant. I will tell you today, I was kicked out of no less than 4 debate panels, 3 atheists, including Matt Dillahunty, and Rob Noor, who is an Andrew Wilson sycophant. But I'd love to be on more of these debates. I'm super fun. I don't take anything personally. And I'd love to, I hope the chat can back that I provided some good content. And I don't take any of it personally. Love you guys. Don't care. And whatever, it's nothing personal. Don't hate me.
Thank you, Sam Cedars, weird brother. All right, thank you, Ben. Like I said, you take it with grace. I appreciate it. I like when I have at least one panelist I can pick on a little bit. I mean, that's Newfoundlander way about me. Anyway, thanks again, everybody. Check out the tickets linked in the description. We're going to let our speakers out of here, and I'm going to reroute you over to your Mamade Talks. That's Max's after show that he's hosting, our beloved moderator here in the live chat. So thank you all for hanging out here at Modern Day Debate. We hope you like and subscribe to the channel, and once again, share this video out in the spaces you like having these debates. We know that
don't forget to separate the reasonable from the unreasonable.
Ooh, go into the old tags.
Yes, thank you, Garrett.
Garrett is an OG. He is an OG. And no, you're done, Ben. We're getting out of here.
No, I'm just saying thank you very much.
Oh, I thought you were just
waving goodbye.
I was just saying, no more. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Take care. Good night.
Cheers.
Good night.
No way. All right, let's blaze through it. What a fucking asshole. What an idiot I am. What an idiot I am. That's funny. All right. Patriarch renewed their membership for 3 months. Thank you. $10 from Fearmonger. Numinax for 10. Fuck, I'm going to have to address these, aren't we? Base, we aren't accountable to the laws except for our own. Yes, correct. I didn't want to be overly patriotic, but I did want to say, God, I'm such a fucking idiot. I did want to say that we should obey the Geneva Convention when we feel like it. Numinax for $10 says, the Husky Sam Cedar guy is just being emotive instead of doing what he's crying about for talking substantive points. I agree. It was mostly insults the entire night. Captain Dan, the fireman, says, watching the henhouse start clucking after you say Jews give the entire game away. BB testified before Congress after the decision to invade. I know. That's where I felt like a lot of their takes were super surface level. Old Fearmonger for 10 says, this is to help with the psychic damage. You are taking 07. Thank you, Fearmonger. Patriarch was the Oiler tonight. Gifted 10 Counterpoints Politics memberships. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you, and thank you for the support. Games are for Kids 91 for 20 says, Americans crying about Israelis' response after October 7th, and it's well documented what our response was after 9/11. Will never cease to amaze me. There's an obvious answer to what America would do if October 7th happened here. Not only do I agree, but I also think that does not give Israel carte blanche. For instance, bombing 80% of the civilian buildings, or actually 80% of the buildings within Gaza, I don't know if that's technically justified. That being said, I understand it on an emotive level, even if I still think it's bad. Numinax for 10 says, question for participants, are you against redirecting Israeli defense funding to Ukraine until further notice? Could have clauses for emergencies or contractual failings sat by 20 points. And Numinax said immediately after that, never mind my dumbass question, isolationism is a mega cringe. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fuck with it. I think we need to keep Israel in our pocket. Games are for Kids 91 for 10 says, you're muted as fuck, but we love you anyways. I'm a fucking idiot. I think I read that shit. And I didn't realize what you were saying. Crasher Chechemon for 20 says, you can just read 15 super chats while muted with peace and love. I know, I'm a fucking idiot. Games are for Kids for another 20. We can't hear you. Arguably, you guys got me 3 super chats because I'm a fucking idiot and I didn't actually, unmute myself. So I'm kind of a dumbass. Rob says, honestly, Connor, that was the most retarded shit I've seen you. So I don't know if we're doing that. Also, your mic has been weird popping recently, a lot more this stream. It's because so what's going on is I need to get some headphones. I have NVIDIA Broadcast, which has a really, really, really good mic filter. However, when I get the echo in the mic, what I have to do is I have to go to the non-filtered mic in order to get it going. So I can switch back to NVIDIA Broadcast tomorrow, but for some reason, whenever I'm live with somebody else, if I get an echo, I have to switch to it without the noise filter. Rob says they weren't serious. They used genocide as a way to gain attention, so they desperately crave. It's actually sick. Well, I mean, I think that's a fucking healthy chunk of people. Hitotsu Futatsu. What? Hitasu Futatsu. Am I blind? Hitosu Futatsu. 2020-03 says peak farming. My bad. It wasn't on purpose, I promise. Games are for Kids is some anonymous chatter. Love you, buddy. Not even parasocially at this point. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching the content. Thank you for hanging out until the end, even after all the psychic damage. And thank you for your super chats, brother. Key says, is he debating these losers again? Bruh, what, in the future? I have no idea. Ruckian says, nah, the mic is cracking. Nah, I don't think so. This is an M7B or whatever the fucking thing is. It could be my wires. It could be my little noise gates. It could be my fucking USB. It could be any of that shit. Cause and Effect says, Connor, please stop swapping the M and N around on pusillanimous. Oh, yeah. I do swap it, don't I? Fuck it. I'm going to keep it my way. Grassroots20 says, I just want to start a stream where I just mouth words and let concerned people give me money to tell me I'm muted. Also, Ben Thorp fucks his daughter. Well, listen, play nice, all right? We made it through the entire night with Ben Thorp being an absolute fucking asshole. And I did not do a single incest joke, okay? I did not do a single incest joke. I'm proud of myself, okay? I might be a total asshole. I might have spurred out in the last hour. but the incest memes were right there for the taking, and I didn't do it. I exercised some self-control. I forgot all about the Thorps. Yeah. I don't know if it was worth ruining my sleep schedule for this debate. It probably wasn't, Patriarch. I'm not going to lie. Jonas says, I know that took restraint. Yeah, it did. Yep. I feel like I was patient for the first 2/3. I think I lost it. I think I lost it in the back third. But I did think it was funny that I start spurging because I eventually I was just like, fuck it. I'm a freak out. Fuck it. And I do think we had some bants tonight. I think there was like a couple that were pretty fucking funny. There was one in particular where I felt like he walked into a rake and it was mad funny. And the toot my own horn thing too, with like the cop thing and the law enforcement thing. So what I thought was funny, but I decided not to be a dick about it. What I thought was funny was Grace was like, oh yeah, you know, you're flexing nuts on how hardcore you are, this, that, the other, blah, 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 blah. And there was one moment earlier in the night. Oh, somebody was like, oh, did you ever serve? And it was just after they had given me shit for being like a bloodthirsty fucking warmonger monster and how I was such a douche and this, that, the other, and how my military service or whatever didn't really mean that much and blah, 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 blah. They were just being a dick. And then they were like, oh yeah, Ben, did you ever do anything? Did you ever serve? And then Ben was like, nah. I might not have laughed in the moment. But I was laughing on the inside. On the inside, I was like, yeah, that's right, bitch. That's right. Fucking, I'm not going to rub your nose in it, but if you're going to be talking shit about the way that I've lived my life, and then you fucking, you know, like guys, being in the military does not make you a good person. Okay. Being in the military does not make you a good person. It doesn't. There are plenty of shitbags that I served with. There were plenty of shitbags who were terrible people in the military, and they were also bad at their jobs. There were people who were total shitbags, and they were fucking amazing at their jobs. Competency had nothing to do with good moral character, and good moral character and competency had nothing to do with whether or not you served. Okay. The only reason why I bring up the thing like I don't think you know shit about fuck is because if you haven't read history, yeah, you don't read a lot of current events, you haven't served yourself, and you haven't fucking been in law enforcement. If you haven't been an EMT, if you don't know what death looks like, I think it's really easy to just get swept away in the emotion of, well, all death is bad. Therefore, every single murder is the worst thing that's ever happened. Every single war is the worst thing that's ever happened. But if you study history, or if you experience violence firsthand, you understand that there's gradations of violence. You understand there's gradations of horror. There's gradations of even genocide and ethnic cleansing and ethnocide and ethnic displacement and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's why, you know, maybe I flex nuts a little bit on my experience, but I think I flex nuts appropriately. I want to pronounce your name correct. Hitatsu Futatsu. That's how I do it. On a scale percentage, how much would you say the Thorps actually know about this conflict? 15%. Patriarch says we chill in the night. True. Callous and Effect says she gets to fuck her, but you can't joke about it. Clown. Well, listen, man. I'm just trying to be polite. Whenever you have the memes, whenever you have the memes, that would be like them coming in and being like, oh, aren't you, you know, Destiny's cock sleeve? Aren't you Destiny's fucking only orbiter? Aren't you Destiny's this, that, the other? And it would drag down the conversation. It would make the conversation dog shit. So I would rather avoid the easy, shitty criticisms and the easy, shitty memes if the conversation's a little bit better. Grassroots says Connor has me to accuse Ben of being a father, uncle, husband. So he does. That was one of the funnier memes. One of the funnier memes of the night was, I'm not sending my nephew sons in the war to die for Israel. I thought that was so fucking funny. Somebody said that in chat and I rewrote it and I thought that was fucking hysterical. Games are for kids, or Anonymous Chatter says, I was dying inside when he said he never served. I know. Grassroots says, I'm the Connor, what Doobie is to Hassan Piker. Wait, is Doobie a Hassan Oiler? Rob said, to be honest, the people who stay around are mostly the shitbag humans. There were a lot of incompetent senior enlisted people. There were some good ones, but yeah, there was a lot of dirtbags who stayed in just because they wanted an easy job. Cause and Effect says, it's painfully disingenuous to hear Ben pretend to care about racism when he clearly just wants to stop spending money on foreign Jews. Dude, not just that, but like almost none of my arguments had anything to do with like race. Like you could treat the Palestinians, the Palestinian Arab Muslims, and you could treat the Jews as like a mix of Mizrahi, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and Maghrebi Jews. And it does not change a single fucking thing I said tonight. I could be a white nationalist and it would not change a single argument that I made tonight. It was so fucking stupid. Grassroots for 20 bucks. Thank you, King. Look, you don't have to call the Thorps an incest cult. I'm happy to be your attack dog, all right? I am to you what dubious is on Piker. Just don't tase me, please. I won't. Yeah, the mic's popping. It is what it is. I'll fix it tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, man. Yeah, CD Sockdem says, I didn't expect this strategy to be woke scolding. Yeah, what the fuck? Why am I getting woke scolded by Ben Thorp for being too racist? That was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That tact, like, it didn't land, number one, but number two, like, even if it did land, like, that was the weirdest way to attack. Rob says, a lot of psychopaths who like having control over other humans as well. It's where I learned how a few people can handle power without abusing it. Yeah, there's a lot of what do we call it? Sadism. Sadists who want to see if they can order you to do something that's technically lawful but is fully demeaning, and they just do it because they can. Fire Runner says, Connor, your voice needs a break. Get some rest. I will. And but in reference to that, though, real quick, the sadists who want to order you something lawful, you know what's great about the Marine Corps? The Marine Corps kind of told you not to give a fuck because, like, your drill instructors were sadists. Your drill instructors were fucking psychopaths. Your drill instructors were monsters, and they were making you sorts of undignified shit. So as a result, when you got to the fleet and some fucking loser Lance Corporal or some dickhead fucking corporal is forcing their fucking boot PFCs and privates to do random shit, it was like, yeah, none of this is going to faze me. None of this fucking hurts me at all. I don't give a fuck about any of this. So, Bud123 says, Connor and I are racist according to the racism mean test. True. But I'm like a fun racist. I'm a fun racist. I'm not a real racist. Like I'm not a racist who actually hates. I don't actually hate the people that I'm making fun of for being a part and culturally signifying their various tribal groups. I'm a fun racist in that I want to give you shit for the way that you are representing the stereotypes of your group, but I'm doing it because I love you, right? Or maybe I hate you and I'm just razzing you, but it's banter. It's not, I don't hate you because you're a part of a stereotypical group. I'm fucking with you, right? I'm fucking with you because it's funny. Anonymous Chatter says, I'm drunk, take my money. I'll be your Israel, you Zionist. Thank you, King. Thank you for your support. It is funny that I do have a disproportionate amount of Oilers who are Jews. Like, I'm not saying all my Oilers are Jews, but all my Jews are Oilers. I fucking forget. Not all my Jews are Oilers, but all my Oilers are Jews. But that's not really true. I do have a few atheist Oilers too. So anyways, I'm gonna shout everybody out real quick. Thank you, Patriarch, Fearmonger, Numinax, Captain Dan the Fireman, Fearmonger again, Patriarch with a huge 10 memberships. Anonymous Chatter with the 20, Numinax with the 10, Numinax with the 10, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Grassroots with the 20, the 20, Jesus Christ, and then Anonymous Chatter with the 50. Thank you for your support, guys. Thank you for the support. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go oily Jews. Oh, man. All right. I parasocially love you guys. I'll see you around 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you have a beautiful night. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you in the next one.